following is a production of Cary TV, the Town of Cary's government access channel.
Good evening and welcome to our October 15th Cary Planning and Zoning Board meeting. Nice to see we have some folks in the gallery. Looking forward to having a brisk discussion later on. We need to begin our meeting by adopting or amending our agenda. Do we have any corrections to the agenda?
Well, I did find it interesting that we're not going to vote on the vice chair until the end of the meeting, because it basically leaves us without vice chair for the duration of the meeting. I don't know procedurally if there's an advantage to that, but one consideration would be to add the vote for vice chair to the front of the agenda, if that's a problem.
Do we have any problem with that?
So I'll make a motion in that regard that we move the vote for vice chair to the front of the agenda in front of the public hearing process.
And would you mind adding to that, and we approve the revised agenda then, so we can avoid a second vote?
And yes, that we would also approve the revised agenda.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this? No concerns? In that case, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye. 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 Opposed? That motion carries 8-0. Now, we weren't exactly clear where you moved it, but I'm assuming that we can get through the minutes first.
Yeah, I did say in front of the public hearing.
Thank you.
So,
All right. We have some meeting minutes to approve, and we're going to start with the August 20th work session meeting minutes. Do we have any corrections, additions?
Just one amendment to the minutes for the August 20th meeting.
Okay.
I think just a minor thing. Mr. John Shaw is spelled like John Smith, which is a popular name, but I think he'll prefer to have his name as John Shaw. I think that should be
That sounds reasonable.
changes made in there.
Any other changes? All right, do you want to make a motion then that we approve the minutes as
I will
revised?
make a motion that we approve the minutes as presented with the change that I proposed.
Do we have a second?
Second.
is that just for the August 20th?
Yeah, that's just for the August 20th work session
Right, that's the work session.
meetings. Minutes, I believe. All those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That motion carries 8-0. Next, we have the August 20th regular meeting minutes. Do we have any corrections, additions? Seeing none, can I have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the minutes as written.
Mr. Nath makes a motion. Do we have a second?
Second. 20th meeting.
Mr. Shaw seconds. Discussion. All those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Let's move on to the September 10th regular meeting minutes. Do we have any corrections, additions? Seeing none, can we have a motion?
I'll move. We accept
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Next, we have September 17th special meeting. Do we have any corrections, additions? Seeing none, can we have a motion?
Move that we approve September 17th special meeting minutes.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye. Aye. That motion carries 8-0. And finally, we have the October 1st special meeting minutes.
And Chairman, the current minutes reflect that Mona Harris-Best was not present, but she was present at that meeting. So we need to make an amendment to that or a change to those minutes.
Okay, would you like to make a motion?
I will make a motion that we approve the October 1st meeting minutes with the reflection that Mona was present for that meeting.
All those, well, do we have a second, please? Then we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
That motion carries 8-0, and that's the quickest set of votes we've ever had on our Planning and Zoning Board. Now we're going to move on to our public hearing, and before we start our public hearing process, I'd like to just make a couple comments. Oh, you're right, we have a vice chair motion. Okay, at this point, we're going to be opening up nominations for vice chair for this board. Does anyone want to make a nomination?
Yeah, I'll nominate John Shaw.
I second.
Okay, we have a nomination and a second for John Shaw.
Oh, I'm sorry. I take it back. Never mind.
And nominations don't need seconds strictly, but
Okay. Well, we have a nomination for John Shaw. I guess we don't need seconds. So do we have any other nominations?
I make a nomination for Michelle Muir as the vice chair.
Okay, we have a nomination for Mr. Shaw and another nomination for Ms. Muir. Do we have any other nominations? Okay, we have 2 nominations. At this point, I guess I'd like to open up discussion for folks to say why they think one or the other would be the best vice chair.
I'll say I nominate Mr. Shaw because I think he's shown the dedication and time devoted to the board and has, if I'm not mistaken, a perfect but an exemplary attendance record, and I think that that's the main job is to be there when the chair can't be there.
Excellent.
I think Ms. Michelle Muir has done a wonderful job in the Planning and Zoning Board. She has expressed her knowledge of all the land development ordinances and everything that's important to our board here. Her knowledge and experience and wisdom is very, very good, and that's the reason I have proposed her name.
Any other comments? I will note that I did get a email from our newest member who can't be with us tonight, and it was her desire to nominate Michelle Muir as well. So I guess she can't do it in her absence, but I just wanted to put that on the record that she had sent me that email. At this point in time, I think I'm going to probably call the vote. And I guess we'll start alphabetically. All those in favor of Ms. Muir as vice chair, please say aye.
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 So let me get a,
5.
we have 5 votes, I believe. Is that right? We had 5?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay. Being that there's only 8 of us here, I'm not sure.
Can we see the hands again?
Yeah, when you ask.
Sure.
There we go.
And we'll add to that our newest member, Ms. Beth,
No, I don't think you can count a vote in that.
I can't call her vote, but I can't count her vote, but at least I can indicate that she supported that position. So I believe we have elected a vice chair.
Thank you. I'll do my best.
Okay. Now we'll move on to our public hearing process. And by the way, you have to get to work right now. You have
I
to
know.
Keep me from making any
Maybe I
mistakes.
shouldn't have moved it on the agenda.
Oh, no.
kidding.
You're on the hook now.
I know.
A couple comments about our public hearing process. We'll begin the public hearing with a staff presentation. that is largely going to be fact-oriented, and it's going to provide all of the basic information on the case. Following that, our applicant will get 5 minutes to present their position on the case, and I will strictly enforce that 5-minute rule. And we'll talk in a minute about how we indicate that to the speaker. Following that, I will open the public hearing. And at that point in time, anybody that wants to speak to us about a given case can proceed down this stairway over here, give a comment card to our clerk, and then please speak at the podium to my right to your left. You'll notice on the podium there's a little black box. There are 3 lights on that box. One will be green. That will be lit for the first 4.5 minutes of your comments. The second one will be yellow. That'll be lit for the next 30 seconds. And then the last one is red, and that'll be lit indicating that your time has expired. I ask you please adhere to the 5-minute rule to be fair to everybody. Also, in some cases, we have an awful lot of people that want to address us. So it is appreciated if you're concise. If you have multiple people with the same perspective, it can be most effective for you to assign a spokesman and have that person convey your thoughts. And please direct your comments to the full board rather than to any individual. And I will note that the board will not interact with you during the public hearing process. It's our job to listen, not to question or interact. At the close, when we have no one else showing interest in speaking at a given public hearing, I will close the public hearing. I will then open up the discussion for questions from the board. And once those questions are completed, we will have or at least we hope we have a motion and a vote. So with that said, I'm going to open up our first case, which is 12 REZ 16. It's the Glencroft Townhomes. And Ms. Grannon, I believe you're with us.
Thank you. Good evening. This is a request to rezone approximately 25.89 acres. The subject property is located on the east side of Cary Glen Boulevard. As shown in this vicinity map, it's approximately 775 feet south of the intersection with Cary Glen Boulevard and Carpenter Fire Station Road, just north of Mills Park. It's another aerial view to show the subject property. Cary's land use plan designates the subject property as transitioning from medium-density residential to high-density residential, and the property is also located within the Cary Park mixed-use overlay district, which is the area highlighted in the dark blue line. The existing zoning is residential 40, and again, you can see the dark blue line depicting the Cary Park mixed-use overlay district. The applicant has asked for MXD or mixed zoning, and with that comes a preliminary development plan to give you a picture of exactly what's being proposed on the subject property. For 2 review cycles, the Development Review Committee has reviewed a detailed preliminary development plan for townhome development, 150 townhomes. Here's a picture that's a little bit easier for you to see for this presentation. And the features of the plan are 150 dwelling units, 150 townhomes, a maximum density of 5.79 dwelling units per acre. Open space, there's approximately 8 acres of open space on the subject property. The majority of that is contained within regulatory buffers, stream buffers, and perimeter buffers. There's also approximately 0.35 acres that's non-regulatory open space, which is reserved for neighborhood recreation. And let me just back up a little bit so you can see the layout. The plan proposes townhome development with setbacks and building separation and parking requirements that are all consistent with land development ordinance regulations. Property owners within 400 feet of the subject property were notified by mail of the request. The property was posted and advertised according to LDO requirements. To date, we have not received any protest petitions because that portion of the process does not happen until the town council public hearing. I did want to note that we have not received any phone calls or inquiries from adjacent property owners about the request, other than one developer just asking questions about the general process, but no opposition for the request. The site is impacted, according to our GIS maps, by stream buffers. Field determination would be required at the time of site plan review. Private connections to the Greenway Trail and the general vicinity of the subject property would be a requirement also at the time of site plan review, and the property will be responsible for recreation payment in lieu at the time of site plan review. Cary's transportation plan dictates or shows that Cary Glen Boulevard is designated as a major thoroughfare. The property does not have any frontage on Cary Glen Boulevard, but this is just to point out the close proximity of that. I also wanted to note that there was a requirement for a traffic study. The results of that study are contained within your staff report, and they did call for mitigations for a traffic signal at Carpenter Fire Station Road and Cary Glen Boulevard. There are no transit routes currently existing in the immediate vicinity of the site. And at this time, the applicant is present and can describe the merits of the plan in greater detail.
Good evening. I'm J.W. Sharon with IDS in Cary. I'm here as a land planner for the developer, and I'm here with Ed Ting, the site designer, too, for questions. In June of this year, we had a community meeting there at the Recreation Center in Cary Park. We notified the owners and posted the property, and we had a few owners show. And upon viewing the plan, the first question is it apartments? And we said no, and they were like, thank you. We really don't want any more apartments here. And I believe, based on 2 existing apartment communities there, the density, the concerns of impact of traffic, I could say that we're delightfully pleased to see townhomes. With the current proposed potential uses on this site, you could, if it wasn't asking for more or less a downzoning, you could go up to about 12 units an acre. Our plan is only asking for 5.7 units overall for density. We feel that this product type represents an underused product type in this area. You already have some existing office and retail that could support this, but the other market primarily is rental. We feel that this would fill a void, and it could be supported by the services in the general area. Also, too, fortunately for people in this project, they would have a direct tie, as Deborah mentioned, to the Greenway and Park to the south. You have no immediate impacts from adjacent owners. The property to the east is owned by CP&L, which is a substation, and is buffered from 540 in that way. So the only unknown on the site is the property to the north, and is projected for future residential uses. We feel that this is a great fit on this 25 acres and asking a reduction in density overall. It does fit the land use plan as Deborah indicated. And with that, we thank you. And Ed is here if you have any site-specific questions.
Thank you. At this point, I'm going to open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak to us on this case, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing no one approaching, I'm going to close the public hearing and open this case for questions from the board. Mr. Knapp.
Mr. Chairman, I have just one question. In the staff report, there is a statement here that the Carpenter Fire Station Road to Cary Glen Boulevard install a traffic signal and so forth. I was just wondering whether it's the responsibility of the developer, or is the town of Cary going to pay for that signal installation?
That would be a developer responsibility with the off-site mitigations.
Other questions?
I have one. Ms. Grandin, the staff report has information about the mix of uses in the existing mixed-use center. Do you happen to have a slide with that everyone can look at?
I don't, no.
Okay.
No, but I will certainly add one when this goes forward. Mhm.
And I guess my observation would be, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that, as Mr. Sheeran said, I think, this is showing about 183,000 of commercial, 34,000 of office, 15,000 of institutional. there is a mix in the existing center. Thank you.
Yes, staff's evaluation showed that it was consistent with a balance of uses.
All right, thank you.
Other questions?
Yes, I have a few. First, I noticed from the topographics, comparing that to the drawing, well, it's also on slide 14, which you have up. It looks like it's going to be sort of a challenge to be able to build this with the hills in that area. Is that a problem, or will that create a problem?
I will let the engineer speak to that.
At this point, we don't believe it's going to be a problem. As we get into the design, the site will be mass graded so that it'll be graded so that it'll either support units that have basements or those that don't. So we don't anticipate any problems.
But you will have to do a lot of grading.
Yes, we're going to have to do grading plans as we proceed through the process.
Now, the stream that cuts through more towards the southeast, sort of cutting off the southeast part, and there's a buffer around that. Would that be in any way affected?
No. That's a buffer that we have to stay out of, so.
Right, so there won't be any cutting of trees or any runoff?
That's right. All grading activities will be outside that buffer.
Okay, and the same with the one at the opposite corner at the
That's correct.
northwest? Okay, and I have some questions for Mr. Jensen. Carpenter Fire Station Road, is that a DOT road?
That's correct.
Okay, will it require permission from them to signalize that intersection?
That's correct. They'll have to have concurrence with supporting that signal.
How certain are you that you'd be able to have a signal there?
We've already had discussions with them about the need for a signal at that location, and they do support that conclusion as well.
Okay. And I know that the traffic study did not include the intersection of Carpenter Fire Station and Highway 55, since that's right far away.
Correct.
But just judging by that, having driven by it, not knowing the actual level of service, I think it would be classified as pretty bad.
Yeah, it's one of our problem intersections in that western part of the town.
Is there going to be any mitigation done to that intersection? Because according to the study, I believe there will be, in addition to the growth leading to the background as a result of this project, we're expecting 24 additional cars during the peak AM hour going down that road to that intersection, which is already in pretty poor shape. Are there any changes being planned at this time and funded?
Well, this particular development, according to our APF ordinance, would only be required to look at major intersections within a half-mile radius of the site. So that's why that particular intersection of 55 was not evaluated. The town is processing a project right now to look at the design of Carpenter Fire Station Road extension, which is Morseville Carpenter Road extending over to Carpenter Fire Station on 55. So we'll be evaluating that. We'll be evaluating what we need from a capacity standpoint to make improvements to 55 and that intersection. So that's all being looked at right now. In fact, we have a public workshop starting tomorrow night for that project. So we'll be looking at that project.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Other questions? Not hearing any, I'll ask for a motion from someone.
I'll make a motion that we forward 12 REZ 16 Glencroft Town Homes to council with the motion that it be approved. And we are in a rezoning, so it is consistent with the comprehensive plan and all other applicable plans, and is reasonable and in the public interest for the reasons set forth in the staff report and presentation.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Shaw?
Yes, just the addition of that many more people in that area and the addition of the traffic on the Carpenter Fire Station Road does give me some concern, and I think that is a problem. On the other hand, I like what I've seen about the development. The density, I think, is a good transition between the very high-density apartments to the northwest of the project and everything else on the other side. So I will support it.
Other comments? In that case, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That motion carries unanimously. And we will move on to our next case, which is 12 CPA 04 Kingswood Neighborhood. And Ms. Chandler, you are up.
Thank you. Good evening. This case is a comprehensive plan amendment request for a neighborhood in downtown Cary. It's about 38 acres. It was made known to the town of Cary that a group of property owners were interested in working together to pursue a change to future land uses. The town of Cary held a community meeting in late June and asked the neighborhood, as well as property owners within 400 feet of the neighborhood, they were interested in pursuing the amendment and how they felt about it. This is the vicinity map for the neighborhood. The subject properties are located north of Chapel Hill Road and east of North Harrison Avenue. Notification of this plan amendment request was sent to properties shown in yellow on the map. This slide shows stream buffers within and around the subject properties, and this slide shows a proposed greenway on the east side of the neighborhood and a proposed multi-use trail on the south side of the neighborhood. Both Chapel Hill Road and North Harrison Avenue are existing major roadways. And our C-Trans service has a fixed route going immediately adjacent to the neighborhood. As per the Town Center Area Plan, the current land use designation for the majority of the properties is medium-density residential. There's also some institutional for Kingswood Elementary, some office and institutional, and a small amount of mixed use. The applicant proposes to change the land use designation to high-intensity mixed use and mixed-density residential, and also with a note on the plan that'll be in the Town Center Area Plan. High-intensity mixed use is reserved for properties in the heart of downtown and includes a mix of commercial, office, and residential. Mixed-density residential is a mix of housing types in the medium to high-density range with minimum density of 15 units per acre. The proposed note that may go on the Town Center Area Plan is about the Kingswood neighborhood, that it could be redeveloped to more intense uses if so desired by the residents and property owners. In the Town Center Area Plan document, the proposed text includes a vision for the Kingswood neighborhood, descriptions of the high-intensity mixed-use and mixed-density residential areas, site design recommendations, and criteria for redevelopment to occur. At the Town Council public hearing in August, one citizen spoke against the request, stating she did not wish to move from the neighborhood. One citizen spoke in favor of the request, stating that this is a lifetime opportunity for the neighborhood. And one citizen shared concerns about how a new development might be parked. After the public hearing, Mayor Weinbrecht summarized that this is a request to change the land use plan only, and that there are many more steps after this before a potential development could actually happen. Ms. Bush asked for more details on historic properties, and Mr. France recommended that everyone continue to work together and talk to each other. Staff believes that both the current and the proposed land use designations fit within downtown Cary and have the potential to provide an appropriate transition to adjacent properties. The proposed text in the Town Center Area Plan does lay the foundation for redevelopment to occur thoughtfully and appropriately. There have been some questions and comments about affordable housing in this neighborhood. The neighborhood does include 14 homes built by Habitat for Humanity. They were built between 1990 and 2000. There would be a potential loss of these homes with any future redevelopment. It's also worth noting, though, that with mixed-use redevelopment that includes medium and high-density housing types, that could support the goals of the Affordable Housing Plan. This map shows the location of the Habitat homes in gray. The Town of Cary Historic Resources Survey and Inventory does include architectural records for 6 buildings. However, the surveyed properties are not identified as being eligible for the National Register or its study list. There have been some questions about the historic properties on this site, and the input we've received from the community has mostly been that the greater interest is to redevelop and not preserve the structures. This map shows the properties on the historic inventory. They're shown in gray. There are 4 criteria in the land development ordinance to look at when determining whether or not a comprehensive plan amendment is necessary. Staff believes the new issues, needs, or opportunities item is met with this case. So staff does recommend approval of this comprehensive plan amendment request based on 3 items: that the majority of property owners are in favor of the request, the detailed recommendations in the Town Center Area Plan Chapter 2 are written to protect and respect the entire neighborhood, and finally, it's important to take a long-term view when looking at a future land use designation. Following the applicant's presentation in the public hearing, the board may make a recommendation on this request. At this time, I'll let Mr. Marlon Williams speak about the status of neighborhood properties.
The map, hi, I'm Marlon Williams. I'm a spokesman for the community. The map that is in front of you is representative of the landowners who are committed to selling their property when we find a buyer when the property is sold. There's a total of approximately 65 lots. It comes to plus or minus 20 acres. The yellow are the lots of people who are definitely interested to sell, and they come to approximately 55 lots out of that 65. So as you can see, there's a strong majority for support for this land use amendment. The colors in blue are people who are undecided, and the colors in red are people who at this time has indicated they do not want to sell. But like most things in a project this big, it's a fluid map. When push comes to shove, some people said they will sell. Circumstances might change, and they might change their mind. The same goes for the people who are not interested in selling now. Circumstances might change, and they might change their mind. But for the community, this is the first step in trying to get this project done. The community has been working on this since 1997. During that time, individual developers and individuals were interested in buying some individual lots in the property. And the community was organized so that if the people had decided to sell their land, they could make an informed decision about how much the land was worth and what the value was worth to somebody else. And as the community organized in time past, they realized that since most of the lots are small lots, that they only get the greater value of the property if they organize together and sold the neighborhood as one entity. We request this land use amendment because in the past, we've always had people interested in buying the property, but they were never sure if they could build on the property what they needed to build to justify the cost of the property. We're talking about an older neighborhood that people do not have mortgages, and if that land is sold, they have to be put in the same position they are now, meaning they would have no mortgage if they sold their land. And in changing the land use amendment to allow talk of the high-density mixed use it will allow a developer to make optimal use of the property and build something that would justify the cost of the property. And lastly, the community looks at it 2 ways. This is an opportunity for the community to be able to sell their property, create wealth for themselves, for their children, for their grandchildren, and create a better life for them. And also, too, the community would like the town to know that this is an opportunity for the town of Cary. There's not many opportunities in this country that you get 20 acres that you can develop in an urban setting. So this is an opportunity also for the town to take advantage of this and to work with a developer or a land purchaser that they can build something on it. Since we have been working on this, there's always been taught that the town of Cary wanted to develop their downtown and needed a downtown. Well, this is a perfect opportunity for that. And every day in the paper, you read about things happening in Holly Springs and Fuquay Arena and Apex and Mooresville. And just recently, Research Triangle Park is moving towards having more mixed use and residential in Research Triangle Park instead of just businesses at IBM and industry. So this is an opportunity for everybody to work together and create something in Research Triangle Park for Cary that will make it a go-to place in the Research Triangle, that Cary has something that really nobody else has a chance to develop, because you can actually build a downtown from scratch. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, I'm going to open the public hearing. Anyone that would like to address the board on this item? And I may have neglected to say earlier, we'd appreciate it if, at the start of your comments, if you give us your name. It's easier to know who we're talking
Okay,
to.
my name is Ella Arrington Williams Benson. I was born in Cary, and all my life I have been of service to Cary, including 31 years of teaching here in Cary. So most people know me. I've written 2 books about Cary, and I guess you've seen. All right. When I listen to all that I've heard, we have been working, trying to get this land sold for 15 years. And you will never know how that community has been harassed for that land. In 1996, there were about 200 people who called for that property over there. And so many people were calling that the attorneys asked us, they made a form for us to record the names and ask why did they want the land. So we have a record of people who called. Now the sad thing was that one lady, she's dead now, Lena State, called me one early morning. She said, Ella, someone had just called me wanting to buy her land. And she is on East Johnson Street. She said, where would I go? He told her, go to a nursing home. Now this is the kind of talk we've had in our community. And this was in 1996. Now in 1997, I visited the planning committee because so many people were calling over there. They sent me to the Chamber of Commerce, and I was told, when people are after land, something is going to happen over there. So she had someone to show the map to me about Kingswood. And they had Kingswood on that map for a business venture. And the land was zoned commercial. At that time, Coca Booth was mayor. Richard Byrd and Ward were on the council. And and they were working with Reverend Lewis, who's the pastor of Mount Zion Baptist Church, trying to help him get some land so that he could build another church. But also, what they were trying to do is buy 24 acres of land off Evans Road so that I can't do too much talking like I was because I've had some ailments. 24 acres of land off Evans Road, where the church is now. And they were planning to move the community over there in lieu of pay, in lieu of giving them money. Now, how do I know this? They told me, because they thought this little woman wouldn't remember anything. So I organized the community. We organized in '97 because we felt that the community should know what Cary was doing. I knew, and a lot of other people knew, and anybody who was born in Cary knew that one day Cary wanted that land over there. And we knew that when we were young, and this is what was happening. We continued meetings in 1999, and we continued the meeting. Even until now, I keep informed with everybody over there. What we did was organize the community, brought in financial people, brought in people with knew about taxes when you sell. Also,
I hate to do this to you, but your red light has come on, your 5 minutes are up.
Well,
In order
I
to
haven't
be fair
even...
to everybody else, we need to ask you to conclude.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Well, I got a whole lot here. And so we want you to know that we have been harassed in that community.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
If I may, if you like, I think you can leave a copy with the clerk, and she can, if you choose to, and she can circulate to us.
Copy of your presentation.
Up to you, just a thought.
Good evening. My name is Shirley Payton Carrington. I am a resident in that area. I started helping Ms. Vincent with this project in about 2006. And from the initial onset, I've looked at this project as a business project for the town of Cary and for the homeowners in my community who are willing to sell. Now, over the past 15 years, for the homeowners, this has been a very caustic project, and it's been fought by one snafu after another. But in the end, the ultimate objective of this project is to benefit the town of Cary and all of its citizens. Long after the residents of the community have moved on, the town of Cary can take advantage of or harvest the benefits from the revitalization of the downtown area. This revitalization will forever go beyond the scope of any compensation the homeowners will or could ever receive. While this is a business opportunity, it is also important to note that this will be a tremendous contribution and sacrifice on the part of all homeowners of this community. Though many of the neighbors are willing to relocate to supply what is needed to revitalize the downtown area, it is no small endeavor for the homeowners to relocate to ensure this business opportunity come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Warren Arrington Jr. I have property on East Johnson Street, but I was born and raised in Cary, North Carolina. I don't live here anymore, but I have property and my mother's here who lives there. And the summary is that we just feel like as a community that we could leave a legacy to the town of Cary. The property, as you know, is just right across the street, close to where we are now. And we think that, as Shirley stated earlier, that would be a great opportunity for the town of Cary to advance and have downtown starting at one end of Academy, coming all the way across. You have the new train station. You have the railroad coming through. We're close to the highways. And you don't get an opportunity that the community in the majority has gotten together and said that we will let you have the land. I mean, let it be rezoned so that someone else can buy it and develop. And I think once that's all said and done, then you can leave a monument to the African-American community in the history of Cary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would you mind going, there you go. That's it.
My name is Carlene Byron. I live at 503 Middleton Avenue in Taylor's Pond, which is an affordable housing neighborhood very close to Kingswood. And Mrs. Arrington Vincent Williams, you probably don't remember me, but we met just after I moved to Cary at my first Martin Luther King's Day in Cary. You talked to me about some of the history of your community, and I really appreciated you taking the time at that time. I have two issues that I want to mention to the board while I'm here this evening. One is affordable housing, because of course I live in an affordable housing neighborhood, and while the staff report, which is well prepared, and I really appreciate the excellent work that went into it, references the 14 habitat units in the neighborhood, when I look at the values that the town has assigned to the properties in the Kingswood neighborhood, it looks to me like Kingswood is pretty much all affordable housing. And so we're talking about an impact not of 14 units, but closer to 60 or 65. And so when the town is thinking about how this redevelopment relates to the town's affordable housing plan, it shouldn't be thinking about an impact of 14 units. It should be thinking about an impact of 65 units and how those 65 units are going to be built into either the new plan or other housing in the community. And, you know, I didn't go real deep into everything. I sort of only skimmed the surface. I'm a lay person. I'm not a city staff person. But that's just how it looked quick on the surface. The second issue that strikes me as I look at this is, and again, you know, I don't live in the neighborhood. I mean, my family's got some long history in North Carolina, but I'm not a native Cary person. But as I look at the town of Cary, we don't do a very good job of observing our own history. As I drove over here tonight, I went past our new Amtrak station. There were a lot of African Americans on the platform, and there was this bronze sculpture of a white railway man. Well, as I understand Cary's African American history, our community that comes from Kingswood worked that railway. That's a lot of how our African American community built its income and its wealth. And we are so ignorant of that history that we put a sculpture of a white railway man on that platform, which is offensive to me, I'm sorry. I would like us to be sure that, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to put a burden on the development of the project that isn't mine to develop. But I would like that project and this city, as that project is developed, to represent the community that has been there and to see to it that we don't forget that, in the unfortunately memorable words of Cocoa Booth, Cary has more African American history than a few slave graves. So thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else that would like to address us?
Hi, good evening. My name is Irv Portman, and I'm here as a private citizen of Cary tonight. And before I comment on this project, I would like to comment on your role in the Planning and Zoning Board. I spent many years here. I see a few new faces and some familiar faces, so I appreciate the work that you do. I came here tonight to speak about this project as a way to address some unfinished business, because I first met some of the citizens here while I was serving on the Cary Town Council. And they expressed to me a great deal of frustration over the years in terms of what they saw as their rights to use their land in the way they want it to. And let's face it, most of the time, major development occurs quietly with the assemblage of property where no one really often knows what's going on, and then all of a sudden, a big project comes before the town. This is an example of a project that has some of our longest standing citizens talking about and choosing the fate of their land and what they want to do with their land. And I think that's a wonderful thing. And to the extent that it is done in a respectful way, because I'm sure it's not unanimous in terms of what everyone feels, so as long as everyone's heard, I think this is a really good thing for the town. Clearly, we as a community have been addressing our downtown area for many, many, many years. Clearly, we as a community have spent an incredible amount of time and money to talk about what is the future of our downtown. You know, as a community, we have seen such wonderful success and growth all around Cary, and some have been troubled. Why, at our core, why in the heart, we haven't been more successful? I think that's changing. I'm hearing really good things about the things that are being talked about and discussed. I'm not advocating for one side or the other here, but I am asking you as members of a board that I spent 4 or 5 years on to give due consideration to something that you don't normally see here, and that's individual citizens coming together and talking about how they want their investment, their life savings dealt with. And I'm encouraged and confident, based upon the Planning and Zoning Board in the town, that you folks will do a good job thinking through that and balancing the needs of the individuals, who many of them were the earliest residents of this town, with the needs of the neighbors and the rest of the community, and ensure we do what Cary is famous for doing, and that's always making a good decision, recognizing that time does not stand still, and our community is always changing and growing and evolving. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else that would like to address us? Anyone at all? Seeing no one approach the podium, I'm going to close the public hearing and open this case for discussion from the board. Do we have any questions?
It appears to me that this potential development could be a win-win for the city of Cary. I look back at some of my own experiences in Northern Virginia where properties were developed in this same manner, where owners came together, and for the most part, it was good for the community. But I've also seen in Northern Virginia where property begins becoming more valuable, especially when the city starts to develop their downtown area and more people want to gravitate closer to the amenities that will eventually come. And sometimes you see properties being purchased, the houses knocked down, we call them McMansions being built, and then you have this convoluted development that's neither good for the neighborhood nor for the community. So again, my own thought is that I like the idea of where this development is being proposed, or what the development is being proposed for.
Other question, Mr. Neff?
Mr. Chairman, I have some questions. Can you go back to slide number 49, please?
Certainly.
I just want to know how many lots are being proposed. We have this list here, and I don't have the count. Is it 65 or 49 or whatever the number?
I think there are more lots included in the list because that included the people who needed to be notified of the public meetings. So there are more lots indicated in the lots that are in color, in yellow, blue, or red.
My question is the applicant consist of all the units which are shown in this slide, include, no, 49, please. In yellow,
The subject
blue,
properties,
red, and gray.
the
So all
subject
the-
properties include all of,
So all of those
these.
are listed.
Right.
So when I look at this number here, I find a very, very large percentage of the lots by looking at the numbers that I counted as gray, red, and blue. I don't have the percentage, and I don't know if you have it. That I'm not sure whether there's a tremendous amount of support, or is it their support in all the area that we're talking about. From all the lots people, you put the names here, but I don't know how many people are participating and supporting this proposal and this rezoning case, or comprehensive plan amendment, I
It's
should say.
worth pointing out that this particular map was created for Mr. Williams based on information that he's collected. And percentage-wise, when we had the community meeting at the end of June, it was a solid 2/3 of the people who attended the community meeting, and we had, you know, a huge turnout at the meeting. We had 65 to 70 people at the meeting. A solid 2/3 of the responses we got back at the meeting were in favor of the request, and the other third were against. And there might have been one or two who didn't specify. And as far as calls and questions I received, this has been a popular case, and staff has received many calls on this. About 25% of the calls I have received, I did a little tally because I was curious, about 25% of the calls I received have been against, and the rest have been in favor.
Is there any way to know in this list here who are gray, who are red, and who are blue? Because I would like to know out of 65, how many people are in the yellow category?
Sure. That information we do not have this evening. That is something we could put together.
That would indicate to me whether it's 50% or is it 60% or 45%. I don't know the numbers right now.
I would just like to say that at the beginning of this process, when we organized as a community in 1997, we originally started with 17.63 acres, and that totaled 54 lots. And those lots were located on North Academy Street, East Johnson Street, Board Street, and Farrell Street. As time passed, more lots were added to it. Out of that original 54 lots, I think that out of that, we pretty much have 48 out of original 54, or 45, about the same percentage. As time passed and people in the neighboring area heard about it, some of those areas in the gray became yellow, because also, besides the town being in communication with these landowners, I was writing letters to the individual landowners to let them know what we as the community was planning to do. The way this is set up now, there's enough yellow for the people who initially started the organization of the community that a developer can start building something if they bought the land. At this time, it's not, what we are asking for is not really contingent on everybody saying yes on it or including all the gray and whatever. For us, it's a start. We as a community have been working on this since 1997. People have been interested in buying the land. But it's always been a snag of something happens that something falls through. This would be a sign to developers that a significant amount of people over there are willing to sell their land as a unit and that they can work with the town of Cary to build something over there that will justify the cost of the land. So what we originally started with is mostly the lots that are colored are the original community organization that we started with. A lot of the other stuff is stuff that we got more of our neighbors involved because due to the requirements of asking for this land use amendment, we had to write people, our neighbors, whenever, to let them know what we were doing.
Yeah, please don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to, I think it might be a great idea. I don't know the answer right now. But I just don't want to make a decision and that will make an imposition on the people who are more than 40% and that they don't want. So that's one issue I have. So that's the reason I'm asking that question. My second question is, if you can go back to slide number 51. And I see the property on the, I guess, the west side of this package here, the land package. On the north side, I can see it's pretty clear that it's a residential area. But why we have confined it to North Harrison Street Avenue, and there are some other similar properties, there's another set of similar properties on the left side, on the west side. Have they not been asked to participate in this whole process?
No, not to my knowledge. Often when putting together development proposals, major roadways are boundaries to define those development proposals. In this case, the roadway is used as an edge. And Mr. Williams, I don't know if you have any comments on whether or not you've talked to other property owners.
Since the original 17.63 acres was Academy Street, East Johnson Street, Farrell Street, and Board Street, and that was, like I said, 17.63 acres, which is a tremendous amount of land in an urban area. That was a place for us to start. That was the old neighborhood I grew up in. Those were the neighbors that had grown up together, had lived in that neighborhood together. As I grew up in this neighborhood, the houses on Harrison Avenue and across Harrison Avenue had never really been considered part of our neighborhood. This is a project that we, the community, started. Now, as time has passed and we have reached out to other people, as you can tell, if you go back to map 49, that there have been people outside of the neighborhood who have decided to join us in selling our property. But our main concern at the moment of time is the people who have put in time and effort since 1997 to sell their land and get this project off the ground and take it from there and start from there.
From the town of Cary's perspective, if you were going to develop a whole kind of an extension of the downtown, not only the property that you're proposing, but I was just wondering if the property on the west side, if it was integrated together, the whole package, we might be able to develop a better plan. And that's the reason I asked that question. Thank you.
Land use transition-wise, it could be viable for the properties on the west side of North Harrison to be a similar land use. Again, North Harrison Avenue is a boundary line, and that could separate the two, or it could have more of the same across the street. Either one could potentially work.
Thank you.
I guess I have a question, or maybe an observation, and you can tell me whether I'm right or not. By changing the land use, we're not requiring anybody to sell their land.
No.
As a matter of fact, we're not telling them what to do with their land.
No.
They can keep it.
Yep.
Can continue to live on it and do what they want.
That's correct.
But what we are doing is giving them an option to perhaps get more value out of their land if they decide they want to sell it. Is that correct? I want to make absolutely certain I have that clear.
You are correct.
Great.
Because it's not being rezoned or anything. It's just a step in the process to lead up, if it actually got sold, eventually be rezoned. But it's a step, as you said, it's a step forward to increase the options of the people who want to sell to be able to sell their land. And I'd just like to say one thing. I think Mr. Portman said it in response to the lady. I think and in due respect to Mr. Knapp, I think in due respect, what frustrates the community is that we come up with an organization, we come up with a plan, we do all the work, and somehow the landowners of that property are taught like they are not in the room. They talk around them, they talk about them, but they don't talk to them, and they definitely don't talk with them. This is a community that has decided together to try to organize together and sell property. They have worked hard since 1997, to create a package of almost 20 acres in downtown Cary.
And I'm afraid I need to stop you here just because we can ask questions and we appreciate your answers, but we didn't want to really extend your applicant time.
Well, but I just thought that was
if
just
we have
necessary to
questions,
say.
that's great, but
I just thought it was necessary to say.
we need to
because
respect
they does
the
frustrate
process here, okay?
Yeah.
I do.
Ms. Muir.
I have a question, and I'm fairly certain I know the answer, but I want to make sure it's in the record. But rezoning doesn't in any way affect their tax bill. Is that correct?
The comprehensive plan amendment?
Mm-hmm.
Right, the comprehensive
Or the
plan.
rezoning. I'm sorry, the CPA or the rezoning.
The comprehensive
Right?
plan amendment would not affect a tax bill, a rezoning would.
A rezoning would.
Mhm.
Okay.
But we don't anticipate a rezoning at this time, right?
There's no rezoning that's been applied for at this time.
And each property owner would have to agree to a rezoning request, right?
Right, and there's a protest petition involved with rezoning.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Miller, I didn't mean to step on you there.
That's quite all right. Ms. Chandler, can you help delineate the MXDR and the HMXD from, what is the advantage to those land use designations versus just making the whole thing MXD? Are there things that enables that you couldn't do under MXD? Is it just making it more definitive? Is it?
Is having the HMXD at the corner, and in the Town Center Area Plan in Chapter 2, it describes how the HMXD and the boundary between that and the MXDR could vary, depending on how development or redevelopment could occur. The high-intensity mixed-use area could be shaped differently than what's shown here. The intent with having the mixed-density residential is to provide some type of transition to the existing neighborhoods. Wouldn't be appropriate to have some sort of 5-story mixed-use building adjacent to the existing single-family neighborhood. And we've also heard from many of those property owners, and they were comfortable with what's written in Chapter 2 of the Town Center Area Plan, or proposed to be included in that.
So it's a little more granularity, a little more certainty, I guess,
Right.
than just, okay, thank you. And my other question, and it could be for the applicant or staff, are you aware of any Habitat for Humanity restrictions on the properties? I generally know how that program works, but I don't understand about, reselling the properties and.
Sure.
and
I'm certainly not a technical expert on it. I believe there is a 15-year window from when the home is built. There's a financial penalty if it's sold before that.
And we also have attorneys that we're working with us. Attorney Eugene Tatum, he works with Habitat for Humanity in Durham County. So he's aware of any restriction would be on the Habitat houses. So that is something that we're definitely aware of.
Any other questions? Seeing no questions, I'd ask, is there a motion?
I think I was just going to follow up. Actually, I just want to understand, in the staff analysis and recommendation in your report, there was, at least I got the sense that there is some concern about the affordable Habitat for Humanity homes in the heart of the neighborhood. And then there is some financial implication for that. Can you enlighten me on that one, please?
Enlighten you on the staff
And
concern
Habitat
about
for
losing
Humanity, there
the
are 13
affordable
homes
housing?
we heard today.
Sure.
And how many can we maintain? What will be the impact on them if should we change it to the comprehensive plan amendment to change it to a different?
What impact would there be on the Habitat homeowners if
Yes.
the comprehensive plan is changed?
Yes.
This time, there would be no impact because, as Mr. Swanstrom was saying, comprehensive plan amendment is not changing anything except for land use. It doesn't force anyone to sell or move or redevelop or anything at that point. The land use amendment sets the stage and is the first of many steps that it would take for any type of redevelopment to occur. So the comprehensive plan amendment would not change anything for the Habitat homeowners except their land use.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, do we have someone with a motion?
I'll make a motion. I make a motion to move that the board approve case number 12 CPA 04 to the town council with a recommendation for approval to amend the land use plan as proposed.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's a great idea. It's a wonderful thing to have this area developed as part of the downtown Cary. But I'm still concerned about the number of gray houses or lots that were shown, as well as red and other colors. And not knowing what percentage of the lots are supportive of this amendment and what percentage is not supportive, not knowing that at this time, I'm not going to be able to support the proposal, the resolution.
Is it appropriate for me to add some information about the percentage?
That would help me.
I did, when Mr. Williams was talking, I did some quick math and counted the lots and checked the percentage. And if you look at the yellow lots, those are about 62 to 63% of the lots shown. And then if you add the aqua or blue to the yellow, the probable interest plus the definite interest, that brings it up to 70% of the total. And again, that's lots, that's not necessarily area. I don't know if that makes a difference.
Mr. Chairman, I support the proposal based upon the data.
Okay. Other comments?
Well, the reason that I'm making this motion is that I feel that, number one, you've got a neighborhood that's doing an altruistic thing. As Mr. Portman enunciated to us and what you can see from the staff's recommendations in here, you're allowing a group of citizens to have some control of the destiny of what they want to do with their land and how they might contribute to the town that they were raised in. And really all that we're doing with this motion is a signalment. I mean, we're not forcing anybody to do anything. I was concerned about the Habitat for Humanity houses myself, but we're not forcing them to make a change. We're not forcing them to move. They're not going to get a higher tax bill. All this does is make a signalment to the development community that the town is on board with the idea that this is a good thing.
Other comments? Mr. Griffin, let's go on.
I have to say that this is one of the more difficult votes I've had on this body. And I know we have a lot of difficult votes, but what I'm struggling with is the fact that most of our difficult votes are somebody would like to do something with their property. And a lot of adjacent property owners don't like that, so there's two competing interests. This is doing something to somebody's property to a certain extent without some of the consent of those property owners. That's a completely different argument to me than an adjacent property owner doesn't like a townhouse going up. I understand that issue. This one cuts a little deeper because we now have people who, nobody showed up tonight, but if somebody showed up and said, I live here and I don't want this, philosophically, I have an issue with that. The saving grace for me, and I am going to support this, is that there is no zoning associated with this. That the zoning is an individual lot specific, so if that specific property owner doesn't want their property rezoned, that's fine. We're not blanket rezoning. Again, this is a signal. I commend the neighborhood for working together and for the years of teamwork it took to get to this point. But it, just from a philosophical standpoint, I have a hard time with it. I am going to support it, but this is probably the hardest vote I've had.
You're making me feel a little old because I remember at times when we actually put together land use plans where we had to define broad swaths of territory. So we do have a precedent. Matter of fact, much of our land use plan, particularly in Western Cary, happened kind of in a similar fashion.
Oh, absolutely. And those are large, plan documents, but this is a neighborhood coming together as a neighborhood when voluntarily, when other people in that same neighborhood are saying, no, stop, I'm not on board with that. But again, like I said, I've seen enough to think this is good for all parties, and I will support it.
Well, I'd like to make a comment. I'm just impressed. I can't imagine getting my neighbors to all sign up for the same idea on anything. I mean, we want to have a neighborhood party and we can't agree on a date. And you've gotten this many people on the same page. I'm impressed. You are one heck of a community organizer.
Thank you.
If we have no more comments.
I just want to say, I largely second Mr. Rogers' comments and the other ones that have been made here, which is, this is a land use plan designation. It isn't requiring people who don't want to be part of it to do something different if they don't want to. And it is, again, this is a bit different from some of the town-initiated land use plans. This is a community saying, the bulk of the folks in this community want to do this, and given that and all the work that's gone into it and the thought and the discussions with staff, I will also support the motion.
I think if I just might add that the land use plan designation is arbitrarily established by the town of Cary, and the citizens have a right to change that designation and request for the change.
Absolutely.
And I would say that, as rezonings go forward at some point in the future, your job will get harder and more care will need to be taken. But I think, as I think Mr. Portman said, time doesn't stand still. Things do change, and in this case, the community is changing with it. Good for you.
Seeing no more comments, I'm going to call a vote. All those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? I believe that motion carried 8-0. And we will now move on to, I believe the next case is 12 REZ01. That's the Wright property of Mr. Nicholas.
Thank you. Good evening. This is a public hearing for rezoning case 12 REZ01, also known as the Wright property. Consists of approximately 5.3 acres located at 1408 Old Apex Road. Just to give you a little bit of a background, the case was first presented to the board in May of this year, which time the board voted a recommendation to town council. Following that meeting, the applicant submitted revised zoning conditions and requested that the council refer the case back to the board for further review. The board reviewed these revised conditions at a public hearing in August. Following that hearing and some discussion, the board tabled this item to the request, at the request of the applicant to allow some additional time to work with neighbors and to develop revised conditions to help address the concerns expressed. As you know, the property has frontage on Old Apex Road. It's located approximately 550 feet south of the intersection with West Chatham Street. Property is currently zoned residential 40. Proposed zoning is residential multifamily conditional use. Since the public hearing in August, the applicant has made some changes to the proposed conditions. Since this case has been in process for a while now, I'll take a second to review all the proposed conditions just to make sure we're all on the same page, and I'll point out some of the changes that have been made since the meeting in August when you last saw these. First condition is a maximum of 26 townhomes, patio dwellings, or semi-detached, attached single-family dwellings. This is a difference. The previous proposal had 30 as the maximum number of units. There's a natural buffer area to be provided along the southwest end of the property, in addition to any perimeter buffers required by the LDO. Parking lot lighting will be a maximum of 18 feet in height and shall use cutoff fixtures. No dwelling unit will be closer than 150 feet to the western property line. 60-foot type A buffer will be provided along the western property line. Each unit shall have a two-car garage. This is a change from the conditions in August where the condition previously read that it would just have an individual garage. They've now specified each one will be two-car garage. Evergreen shrubs that will be a minimum of 24 inches tall at the time of planting will be maintained to provide an opaque screen along the southern perimeter of parking and vehicular travel areas that are not screened by buildings. And the final condition is 18 parking spaces shall be provided in addition to the minimum required by the LDO. And this was another addition since the last meeting in August. This slide helps illustrate the proposed conditions regarding the buffers. The dashed white lines are the buffers that are required by the LDO and are not a condition of the rezoning. You can see the area of the proposed 60-foot type A buffer, which is a green dashed line. The area shaded in green shows the additional buffer area being proposed. And the applicant's also proposing that no buildings be located within 150 feet of the western property line that's shown here as a red dashed line. This slide shows the density associated with the proposed number of units and how those numbers have changed since the initial submittal. Since the initial application, there's been a decrease of about 3 dwelling units per acre, as you can see. Subject property is one of 4 lots shown in an area on the Cary land use plan that contains a note designating the overall area as low to medium density residential. This note should also be considered in conjunction with the text in Chapter 6 of the land use plan document, which references transitions between uses. The resulting density on each of the parcels with the LDR to MDR designation should be looked at in consideration of how the proposed use or density incorporates transition to adjacent uses. According to Cary GIS data, the property is potentially impacted by stream buffers. The applicant has provided correspondence indicating that these features are not subject to the buffer requirements. This information will be reviewed further as part of any site or subdivision plan submitted for the property. The Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Master Plan indicates a proposed greenway along the western portion of the subject property. The exact location of this greenway would be determined during the review of a site or subdivision plan. Property has frontage on Old Apex Road, which is designated on the town's comprehensive transportation plan as a major thoroughfare. There are no existing or planned transit routes in the immediate vicinity of the subject property. Notice of this public hearing was sent to owners within 400 feet of the subject property. Notice the hearing was also posted on the property and published in the Cary News. This map shows the properties that submitted protest petitions on the proposed rezoning. Some of the concerns listed on the petitions submitted for this case include density, building height, traffic, noise, and light. At the Town Council public hearing, some of the concerns that were expressed by citizens included water quality, noise and light pollution, stormwater, parking, property values, and wildlife and vegetation. Some of the concerns that you heard during the Planning and Zoning Board public hearings included the width of the buffer on the north side of the property, the proposed density, parking, access onto Old Apex Road, and general traffic concerns. Since the first public hearing before the council, the applicant has submitted revised conditions in response to these concerns and others expressed at the hearings. For example, the maximum density was initially 8 units per acre. Now there's a maximum density of about 4.8 units per acre, or a maximum number of 26 units. With regard to building height, the maximum height is 35 feet in both the existing R40 and the proposed residential multifamily conditional use. With regard to concerns about light, the applicant has proposed conditions limiting the height of the parking lot lighting and the types of the fixtures that are allowed. There's also a condition regarding the screening of parking and vehicular travel areas with evergreen plants. Lastly, in response to concerns about parking, the applicant has proposed parking that's in addition to what is required by the LDO. This concludes staff's presentation, and I believe the applicant is available to make a presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning and Zoning Board. Glenda Top with Glenda Top & Associates. I'm here tonight representing the rights. The request is to rezone the property from R40 to RMF conditional use. When we started the process, there were 3 zoning conditions. Hearing from the Planning Board, Town Council, and the neighbors, there are 8 zoning conditions. I'm going to talk about the 3 that have been revised since your last meeting. The number of units has been reduced from 30 to 26 based on the 5.37 acres. The proposed density is now 4.84. This is a 39% reduction in the number of units proposed from the original 42 units. And also wanted to point out that based on gross acreage for the site, if it was developed with 8,000 square foot lots, the property could yield 29 units. Our 26 units is less than this, And also with the density that we are now proposing, we do fall under the transitional residential zoning classification, which is a maximum of 6 units per acre. We added the 18 parking spaces in response to concerns that there would not be enough parking for the development. We added the northern perimeter to condition number 7 that we spoke of at your last meeting. Also, in the staff report, it talks about transitioning from uses. The town's land use plan designates this area as low to medium density on the land use plan. There are several different ways that you can transition to an area. It talks about density and also the use of a vegetated buffer. We believe that we have done this by providing a lower density to the north and a vegetated buffer to the south and to the west, and that because of this, that we are in compliance with with the town's land use plan as stated in the staff report. The Wright property is adjacent to high density to the north, also a vacant office property and a veterinary hospital with an outdoor clinic. We believe that the proposed medium density zoning is appropriate here. There is a 50-foot existing buffer along Oxford Hunt, and there will also be a required buffer for this site when it comes in for site plan approval. We believe there's an appropriate transition to the south. To the south, there are 2 single-family homes. Those homes are around 670 to 310 feet distance from the subject property to the nearest point. There is existing vegetation in a pond that's located between our property and the homes. There's a required 40-foot buffer and a 10-foot building setback off of that required buffer. We feel that there's also an appropriate transition to the west. We have increased the buffer originally from 40 feet to 60 feet to protect the adjacent property owners, and the nearest existing home to the west is 150 feet. Also want to note that the current zoning is R40. By designating the property on the land use plan for low to medium density residential, the town did envision the property to develop other than R40, and has been mentioned at several public hearings. Typically, in Cary, R40 is typically seen as a holding zone until development is ready to occur, and someone submits a rezoning request as we have tonight. We have had numerous meetings and met with the adjacent property owners to address their concerns. We believe that we have done this through the conditions that we have offered to the case, but as you know, there is still a valid protest petition. I did receive an email outlining these very briefly. They were number of units, height, and the impact on the property. We reduced the number of units to 26. They would like to see 12 to 15 units, which we feel is not appropriate given the location of the property. Height, we want to stick with the 35 feet, which is what is required both in the proposed zoning district and in R40. There is concern about traffic and access, as you saw in your traffic report. With the reduction of units, it's still fewer trips are generated. Again, a traffic study was not required. Access will be determined at site plan approval. The applicant met with NCDOT. The access will have to be a safe access point for ingress and egress for the neighborhood and for the surrounding area. Talked about height. The concern about the property to the south, we do believe that there is an appropriate transition to the southern property owner.
Ms. Top, you know the rules.
I know, and just in summary.
Light is red.
Okay, I'll let somebody finish for me, if I can do that.
Okay. At this point, I'm going to open the public hearing. Anyone that would care to speak, please approach the podium.
I'm Diane Wright. I live at 2711 University Drive in Durham, and a co-owner of the property at 1408 Old Apex Road. Since our last board meeting, as a landowner, I have reached out to my neighbors. I've had the property surveyed, I've attended a community meeting, and made personal phone calls. At the community meeting, I asked one of the neighbors to walk the property with me. At first, they said they would, and then they said there's no need. Undaunted, I gave out my phone number and asked that it be given out to any member of the neighborhood that would be willing to meet us on the property or give us a phone call voicing their concerns so that we could possibly work out something for a win-win situation. Again, there was no dialogue. I called another property owner nearby, asked them about the property. They had seen it. They seemed to be no major protest. So then I asked if they would support our development, and there was a big laugh, just laughter, and that was the end of our conversation. At the community, I hope that you understand the reason for the survey. The total reason for the survey was for our neighbors to have an opportunity to see the area that was going to be developed. And I had hoped that they would come to some kind of terms that they could just see, well, here's where the development was going to be. This cost us money. I'm on a limited income with chronic health problems. This was no small gift for us to take this extra step. I'm also a school counselor. I know that uncertainty can be at the heart of any opposition to rezoning. I find it ironic that our neighbors in Triangle Forest fought long and hard to stop the development of Oxford Hunt. Now they're friends with Foxdale condo residents and have joined them in fighting our property. This friendship is indicative of the changes that people make once they finally get together. They've accepted each other. They've bonded now. In any neighborhood in this area, it brings new neighbors, new friends, new jobs. The common thread across all of these changes in Cary has involved the use of land. Our request for rezoning is consistent with the town use plan. I've called planning and zoning before about Oxford Hunt, other things. They've assured me that this was transitional and we would be able to develop either townhomes or commercial. And because of the land use plan, we've stuck with the townhomes. We didn't try to jump over to commercial. Currently, Cary has in place all the rules that are needed: building setbacks, required parking, height, etc. Tonight, I'm asking that you allow us to develop our property as defined by the rules that Cary has today. Allow us to develop 26 townhomes consistent with Cary building standards and compatible with the recent developments in that area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, members of the board. I'm Lynn Wright. I reside at 206 Dublin Woods Drive in Cary, and I am half owner of the lot under discussion at 1408 Old Apex Road. There are several points that have been raised in opposition to the requested rezoning of our property, and I would like to discuss those. The first point is one I do not believe should influence the board's decision, but in case it might, I do wish to document the facts. It's been stated numerous times by neighboring property owners that the 4 tracts, which were subdivided from the property of the J.S. Mann estate, are intended only for single-family residences. That was the intent only of the purchasers of those 4 tracts, and that changed long ago. Only the Ramseys own property associated with that, and they were not party to the agreements that place single-family restrictions on those lots, nor to the agreements that remove those restrictions. And I believe the handout I provided, which shows the covenants, the termination of those covenants, shows that. Furthermore, the last page of that shows a site plan that was provided by ourselves and the predecessors to the Ramsey there, showing development of the entire 21 acres as townhomes. So it has long ago been that those lots were intended for single-family development. We have been urged to seek compromise with neighboring property owners. From the American Heritage Dictionary, the first definition of compromise, a noun meaning a settlement of differences in which each side makes concessions. The original plan was reduced from 41 units to 36 to 30 to 26 to less than 2/3 of the original plan. Units have been removed from proximity to the veterinary clinic. Off-street parking is provided and proposed for over 4.5 cars per unit, and you don't see that very often in Cary anywhere. There have been no concessions from our neighbors. I think instead they want the 7th definition of compromise to apply to us, a verb meaning to give up one's interests. The total property line distance of Old Apex Road lot is over 2,500 feet. Of that distance, 41% is bordered by R40 residential, 9% by R12 residential, 17% by high-density residential, and 31% by a property currently designated commercial. What else do you put in such a situation but transitional medium-density housing? Of the adjacent properties, only 2 currently have single-family dwellings on them. That number goes up to 4 if you include the lots closest to the western corners. Currently, there are no single-family dwellings within 200 feet of units of the proposed development, and that should be adequate space. One sticking point does seem to be traffic on Old Apex Road, and for those who have seen the site, I would remind you that the proposed development moves access to the property closer to West Chatham Street, reducing the effects of the slight hump in the road and increasing the sight distance into the curve. At an earlier meeting, I had suggested to you that the speed limit on that section of Old Apex Road might be reduced if indeed it was a traffic hazard. I have consulted with an NCDOT division engineer, and he informed me that since that property lies within the town of Cary's municipal limits, it would be up to the town of Cary to initiate a request for reduction in speed there, and perhaps it should be. I, for one, feel certain, however, that our planning department will insist that the developer and that Cary's traffic engineers adequately address egress onto Old Apex Road from the property. And in closing, I do wish very much to thank those of you who came out to inspect the property, get a first-hand view of it, and see exactly what we're asking for. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Paul Stam of 714 Hunter Street, Apex, North Carolina. I'm the attorney for the Wrights. They understand the concerns that the homeowners have, and indeed any homeowners have, when property development is proposed on land that has been vacant for a very long time. However, the town's own plans envision development on this site, and they have proposed a zoning change that takes into account what is already built, what would be built adjacent. As you know, the demographics of Cary are changing, and this proposed townhome development provides the opportunity of home ownership for people who want a more maintenance-free lifestyle. It'll complement what is already in the area. We see it as an asset to the area, and it protects the health, safety, and welfare of the surrounding property owners. The Wrights have a right to develop their property. We feel these conditions that have been proposed provide ample protection. I echo what Commissioner Portman said earlier, that every property owner generally likes to develop his or her property the way he or she would like to do it, but there are, of course, limits on that. I remember when I was 7 or 8 years old, living in Greensboro, and I had participated in building a very nice tree house about a block away from my parents' home. And one day I came home from school and it was gone. And I came crying to my mama, and I wanted to impose my rights on the owner of that property, and she explained to me that that was unreasonable and that I should not think that I could maintain a tree house on someone else's property. This is what you deal with whenever you have a board meeting, is trying to balance the rights of nearby property owners with the owners. But here's a couple things I think you ought to remember. For about the last 10 years, the Wrights have been paying taxes in Cary. They were involuntarily annexed. What did they have a right to expect Cary to do? I think they had a right to expect Cary to follow its own plans, its own procedures, its own normal ways to look at these things. I've known Ms. Topp for about 30 years when she was a planner with the town of Apex, and I sort of was talking to her the other day and said, hey, what's the problem? This is sort of a paradigm case of a reasonable rezoning. Let me come over and see what it's like. As I sent you in an email, I noted 5 different higher or much higher density developments approved by Cary in the immediate area very recently. And just to the east of this property, you have currently proposed before you a mixed-use commercial directly across the street, directly across Old Apex Road. I urge you to support this rezoning. It is reasonable. It's what any property owner should have a right to expect from a town that involuntarily annexes that person into their jurisdiction. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else that would like to address us?
Good evening. My name is Louis Hovis, and I thank you for this opportunity. I live at 233 Maryland Circle, Triangle Forest, in a house centered on 3 heavily wooded lots, one of which coincides with the western boundary of the Wright property. In 50 years, we have seen both developments and the town limit move and encompass us. I speak for the majority of house owners in Triangle Forest, where in Triangle Forest we are very much devoted to keeping our trees. We are also together in opposition to plans for development under the rezoning we're talking about. Our opposition is based on the density of units proposed for the approximately 5 acres of real estate. The number of units has to govern the layout. Layout or placement of units is restricted by the long, narrow nature of this 5-acre unit. Providing buffers to surrounding properties with the proposed layout becomes a difficult problem in view of its nature of the layout of the land, the long lot. These buffers have been minimized, especially north and south. Even the distance to the west, which contains a buffer and a claim for 150 feet to the western boundary. That 150 feet, of course, is not buffer. It will have, some of it is not buffer, because there'll have to be a holding pond, as shown on earlier diagrams. And that is not a buffer. That's not very tall trees in a pond. So the boundary is not so very great. Even that 60 feet they talk about is going to be cut down when the town puts in their greenway, which I hope they do, but that'll be cut down by another 30 feet or so. In essence, there will not be a buffer of trees nearly so massive as it first appears. Number 2 opposition to the proposal layout reverts back to the overall density. It is not consistent or in harmony with the established residences in surrounding areas. The 4 to 5 units per acre is about units per acre in Triangle, is above, way above the units per acre in Triangle Forest or in the adjoining property to the south or to the right property. It's just an abrupt, too abrupt, we feel, too abrupt transition. Now, we're not opposed to having the land developed. Cary is growing and this is prized property. We understand that. It needs a good plan. Right now, it would appear that to have that a new approach to its development seems probable. Perhaps consideration could be given to a less grand scheme, which is more appropriate to the configuration of the property, that long, narrow land lot, and which would provide for Mr. and Mrs. Wright to realize a gain. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kelly Harrelson. I live at 101 Hunting Chase in the Foxdale Run property just to the north of the Wright property. First, as it's been mentioned in previous meetings, the Wright property is located along a blind curve on Old Apex Road, which is already dangerous. We believe that building 26 new townhomes on this narrow parcel of land will add too many additional cars, school buses, and service vehicles entering, exiting, and stopping on Old Apex at that dangerous curve. Our neighbor, Nancy Francis, will be providing specific data on the large number of crashes that have happened already on that stretch, including one fatality. As we've heard at previous meetings, plans to extend Old Apex, or plans to expand Old Apex, are not on the schedule at this time, and from our understanding, this means that it will not even be considered in the next 7 years. Second, we do not believe that the proposed development will provide a good transition from our 2 to 3 story townhouse condos, which are located in a wood lot at the bottom of a hill, to the single-family homes located to the south and the west of the Wright property. The proposed townhouses will be built at a higher elevation, and it is our understanding they will all be 3 stories, so these will all be much higher than what we're at currently. A lesser density would have a less negative impact on the neighboring properties as well as on the traffic on Old Apex Road, while still allowing the owners a reasonable and appropriate return on their investment. It would also allow the site to be developed with a greater respect to the existing vegetation, saving some of the mature forest growth and overall density, overall natural qualities of the area. Third, the proposed changes do not address and still have not addressed the concerns that we have from the Foxdale Run. We were invited to this party late, so there isn't a valid protest petition for us because we weren't invited until after the first town hall meeting. And at each time we've had a meeting, we've expressed our concerns, and it seems that they've been heard, but they have not been put in writing. We've asked repeatedly to have a opaque type A buffer to the north of the Wright property, but still to this date in writing, there is no reference to any opaque type B buffer to the north. The buffer is still the smallest compared to the south and the west. All the constellations were made to the south and west prior to us being invited to the party, and no further constellations were made. So we feel like we haven't been heard in this process at all. And last, but certainly not least, we recently learned that the sewage easement from the Wright property will most likely run directly through the middle of the Foxdale Run property. And this is what I brought, and I brought enough copies for each person. It's kind of hard to see with the wooded lot, but we have a sewage easement between, there are only 3 buildings in the Foxdale Run property, and there's a sewage easement between 2 buildings that would be directly adjacent to the Wright property. And from our understanding, any sewage easement from the Wright property will involve cutting down another 20 feet to possibly 30 feet wide of trees between our properties, in addition to the trees that are already going to be clear cut out of our view from the back. And it would possibly involve digging an 18-foot deep ditch between our buildings to install the pipeline. This will mean the loss of additional trees. Obviously, our back view is already going to be significantly impacted from the clear cutting. And because of the closeness of this, there's only 30 feet between the 2 buildings already, we're concerned that any kind of digging to this depth, to this, this amount of digging, will possibly affect the foundation of our buildings. And obviously, we won't have any say once it goes to the site plan, so this is our only say. And for all these reasons, we're respectfully asking the town to reject this proposal. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Jim Hanlon, and I actually live in Normandale, which is part of Oxford Hunt, and I did speak at one of these meetings very briefly, but you've not had a lot of input because it's really the circle that you see in back of Maryland Circle. That one cul-de-sac is the closest area to in the Oxford Hunt Normandale subdivision. Now, you know, I have real concern about the traffic situation, and I think what I've heard, and I've been to all these meetings except for one, is that we talk about coming out on Old Apex Road and having to make a right turn, that'll solve it, or an island, that'll solve it, or reducing the speed limit, that'll solve it. In reality, those are concessions so that you can develop this property. They're not really smart decisions for the rest of the people who live in that area. That's a real concern, and it's a real safety concern. But on top of that, if you look at the development when Oxford Hunt came in, and people mentioned the fact that there was opposition when Oxford Hunt. The transition is my cul-de-sac from Maryland Circle. So you went from their lots, which are 1 acre or 2 acres, to half-acre lots. Those are all half-acre lots. That's what, to me, a good transition is. Go from acre to 2 acre to half-acre, not 5. And you got to remember where we started out here. At 43 units was the first presentation, and they've made concessions, but it's still not, like Mr. Hovis said, a proper transition from either the Oxford Hunt Normandale division or the Triangle division. Now, if you talk about Foxdale Run, yeah, they're, I don't know, 10 units per acre, but if you've ever been over there to look at that property, it's tucked back in the woods. Nobody can, you don't even know that that property is there. Everybody will know that this property is here, I guarantee you. So, I'm looking at it, from a general standpoint, yeah, I'm going to probably see this. I can't see anything now except woods in back of me. And by the way, that's why I bought the property. I was the first resident of Oxford Hunt 26 years ago, and that's why I bought that property. That's why I still live on that property, and now we're asking to change it. If I'm sitting in your chair, and as you guys looked at the property in downtown, you've got opposition 100% around this property. To me, that in and of itself is a decision to deny the plan as it is right now. I think, look at the transition that was approved in Oxford Hunt, and I think something closer to that transition is appropriate. You know, we all like to make money on our investments, but by putting a development in that doesn't fit around it, just to maximize profit by a developer or a landholder, I think is wrong. Thank you.
My name is Joanna Dakwani. I reside at 240 Maryland Circle in Triangle Forest. At the request, I'm reading a statement that was written and submitted by Warren Ferguson and Nancy Francis, residents of Maryland Circle. This statement addresses an issue of interest you've heard raised already in the 12 Res 01 rezoning matter. The North Carolina Department of Motor Vehicles crash summary reports, which reveal the vehicle accident history along the relevant 1.1 mile stretch of road, which the Wright property runs along. So 2 North Carolina Division of Motor Vehicle crash summary reports have been provided to the P&Z board members regarding the section of road between the intersection of West Chatham and the intersection with Cary Parkway. That is the lower milepost number 1.419 in the report that originates at the intersection with West Chatham. So the first report is for the 10-year period from July 1st, 1992 through June 2002. The second report is for the 10-year period from July 1st, 2002 to June 30th, 2012. So during the first period, 10 years, from 92 to 2002, there were 71 accidents in this section of road that will be impacted by this rezoning change to the Wright property. This includes a fatal accident that occurred in August of 97 in the blind curve where the development plans to be and place their driveway. It occurred when a car struck a large tree on the outside of the curve and diagonal to the 12 Res 01 rezoning proposal property. During the most recent 10-year period from 2002 to 2012, there were 151 accidents along the same section of road, so more than double the number of accidents that had occurred in the preceding 10-year period. That's an average of more than 1 accident per month. If you extrapolate the history of these statistics to the upcoming 10 years and project continuation of the same trends, we can expect to see this double once again to more than 2 accidents per month. The greater the density of housing on the Wright property, the greater will be the amount of traffic flow in and out of the property, and greater will be the probability of risk that accidents will occur. We've heard the developers say possible solutions could be to make for their driveway to have a right turn in and out only. We've heard discussed that the speed limit could be reduced. We've heard that the North Carolina Department of Highways will perform a traffic study and in all likelihood make similar recommendations. We've also been told the state and the town do not have any projects planned for the widening of this section of road for at least the next 7 years. The potential developer told us he thinks this proposed development is being treated differently from other developments along Old Apex that have been approved by the town. Well, that's because this development proposal is different. It's different. The Wright property has an extremely small amount of road frontage relative to the depth of the property. The Wright property is located on a blind curve. The curve is blind because it is on a hill and it has dense foliage on either side of the proposed ingress and egress, and the position of the sun during late afternoon hours of the winter makes a blinding glare for westbound traffic. These other properties to which the developer refers are located on relatively straight shot sections of Old Apex where visibility is much better. A right turnout only for the property by means of a concrete barrier on Old Apex means people waiting to turn left will make a U-turn at the first available opportunity, which would be likely the Garden Supply Company, the intersection of Maryland Circle Triangle Forest, and the Jehovah's Witness Church. The crash statistics already tell us intersections are the hot spots where accidents occur, and it's obvious that people making U-turns will only increase the probability of accidents occurring. Because the property has such a small amount of road footage, widening Old Apex in front of the property will not produce sufficient length for a merge lane for traffic turning right from the development onto Old Apex. If a longer turn lane were to be constructed, it would impinge on the Ramsey property and the pond. A left turn into the development would ideally be managed with a center turn lane on Old Apex, but such widening is not in the state's plans at this time. A left turn on the blind curve without a center turn lane risks that a turning vehicle may stop on Old Apex to wait for the opportunity to turn, potentially endangering the driver and passengers of that vehicle and drivers of passengers' vehicles behind who would be unaware of the stopped vehicle until it were too late. It's been suggested lowering the speed limit to accommodate the new development, but that will inconvenience all traffic, and that does not change the blind curve or the blinding glare of the sun, nor the potential dangers of left turns into a development or merging vehicles from the development that have turned right. If the number of housing units authorized is to be increased beyond the 5 for which it was originally zoned, it needs to be a reasonable, low number that considers the impact of traffic turning in and out.
I'm sorry, I hate to shut you off. but your
Thank you
5
very
minutes has
much.
expired. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Francis. I live at 213 Maryland Circle with my husband, Warren Ferguson. I am going to discuss the Wake County Public School System Board rules and regulations regarding bus transportation for school-age children who are likely residents of the proposed new development. The Wake County Schools Office of Student Assignment projections for development of the proposed size, being 26 units, is between 6 and 17 school-age children who are entitled to Wake County Public School bus transportation. The pertinent busing rules are found in Wake County Public School System Board Policy Provision 7125, of which you've all received a copy via email with the other backup materials. So a couple of the provisions in that 7125 state that buses will generally be routed on main thoroughfares, and buses will not be routed off those thoroughfares for distances less than 1/2 mile. Provision 3 says buses are generally prohibited from traveling into cul-de-sacs, and Provision 5 says the general statute requires that a bus will pass within 1 mile of eligible students' residences. However, the board establishes reduced maximum walking distances to bus stops for students as follows. Elementary school students, 3/10 of a mile, middle school students, 5/10 of a mile, and high school students, 5/10 of a mile. For the above reasons, the bus stop for students will be on Old Apex Road at the entrance to the new development. An additional point to note is that there has been no discussion of plans for a sidewalk at this location, which may impact school-age children waiting for the bus. Depending on the ages of the new residents, there is a potential for 6 bus stops at this location each day. 1 each for elementary, middle, and high schools in the morning, 1 each for elementary, middle, and high schools in the afternoon. There may also be late afternoon bus stops for after-school activities. The buses would have to stop in the middle of a blind curve, requiring oncoming traffic, also at a blind curve, to come to a full stop. Depending on the time of year, the early morning buses may be picking up students in the dark, further endangering drivers and potentially students as well. School buses move slowly as they drive away from a designated bus stop, which will cause traffic to back up behind it, and drivers rounding the curve may not be expecting an extremely slow-moving vehicle ahead, potentially leading to accidents. We are citizens of the town of Cary living in Maryland Circle, and we oppose what is essentially a new street being placed in the curve of Old Apex. We pay our taxes too, and do not make it our business to ask for changes in the use of our properties that endanger our neighbors and fellow drivers. There are other options for this parcel that would be more reasonable and in line with the limitations of the terrain of Old Apex Road. It is not our intention to prevent Mrs. Wright from selling her property. We want to be sure that any new development is in the best interests of the community as a whole and that safety issues are carefully examined. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm David Kurkowski, and I'm the owner of the property at 105 Oceana, which is adjacent to the Wright property as well. I basically would like to echo the concerns of my neighbors. I am concerned about the density. I have made multiple attempts to turn in and out of the drive that's next to my property. It's actually on my property. It's a easement, which will be very similar to the drive that'll come out from the Wright property, and it is darn near impossible to get out there. And each time when I've wanted to come back around and get back to my property, I've had to make a U-turn either at the Ramsey property or at the Maryland Circle. And that was not an easy thing to do either, depending on the time of day, even on lesser travel times of the day, I would say. So I think that the density issues and the traffic issues and the transitional issues are all valid that the neighbors have brought up, and I continue to support their petitions and hope that you'll rule in their favor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Keith Ramsey. I'm co-owner of Garden Supply Company with my wife, Deborah. But more importantly, we're citizens of Cary. We live at 1412 Old Apex Road. It seems to me like we're affected more by this than anybody else, just in the transitional state. I'm definitely a pro-growth, pro-development individual. The builder that's been chosen to build this is a customer of mine. We've done landscape work for him on models that he's built and won awards with him. He's a quality builder, but the plan that we've got in place is still not adequate. When staff when they put low to medium density on the plan, I think they were addressing the 21-acre tract of land. And there was a range put there for a reason. I feel like that the shape of this property pushes it towards the lower side of the low density. I hear people day in, day out walk into our store, and they're concerned that somebody's pushing the trees over on the property next to them, and they knew it was for sale. It's something that's expected. I expect to see this property develop, but I don't think we're there yet. We've asked for 2-story buildings over 3. We're transitioning from 1-story commercial buildings to a story and a half on 5 acres. Better connectivity. And one thing that I haven't mentioned in the past is the vehicles, we've got one in, one out, and my driveways are right in, right out. Every morning and every afternoon. There's no way to get across Old Apex Road. So it is a right in, right out situation. We know that. The turnaround will be my driveway. It'll be our business. We've got, or it'll be Triangle Forest or the church. The other type of connectivity I think we're missing in the area, and I've got 2 kids that ride their bikes and walk. We've got no sidewalks. We've got no shoulders. We've got a greenway on the proposal, but we don't have it built. We've got more lanes on the road, but they're not there. There's a lot of things coming in the future that might make this more feasible as a medium density property, but we're not there yet. I've asked, and it hasn't been noted, for a larger buffer on our side. I've asked for a fence because I think that we've got a situation with our pond that's going to be an attractive nuisance. We go in there 40 feet, with trees is very little buffer at all. So we've asked for a bigger buffer, and we've asked for a type A planting that would be a little more dense on the outside of the fence. Glenn at the last meeting said that he thought it would be a right in, right out, and like I said, that's going to be an issue with more traffic in and out of our store in front of the house. Chapter 6, section 6.5.2 in the land use states that residential density should transition gradually. Well, we're definitely not meeting that standard. Not from medium density to R40. And the distance that we keep talking about this 640 feet and 340 feet with a pond in between it, since property taxes and property value has been brought up, that 640 feet and 340 feet is mine. I bought that. All they're providing is 40 feet. You know, the 640 feet, when you buy 5 acres, isn't something that they can give you. It's mine. I pay $4,000 a year for one of my properties. So that 640 feet is definitely something that I'm paying for. So I'd like that to kind of be dropped from the, you know, their proposal. We still have 3 valid protests. It's too tall, too dense, poor transition for our neighborhood, and I'm asking somebody to make a motion to deny. I appreciate you guys' time and all the effort that y'all put into it.
Thank you.
Hey, my name is Stephen Petruliak. I was born and raised here in Cary. I've seen a lot of awesome growth and development, you know, since as far back as I can remember, including the closing or the opening of the connection of Maynard Road between Reedy Creek and Highway 54. And I remember asking my dad, you know, why'd they have to go cut down all these trees? And at the time, I had a friend that lived further down 54, and he put it simply, so David's family can get the food line. And that was simple enough for me to understand that, you know, every time that something happens in Cary, there's a reason for it. And this property in particular has always been on my mind, well, since I was an early teen, because I remember Mr. Herb Young, when I used to attend the pool that he owned, telling me the story behind the pond that was there, which was, you know, it was an old swimming hole for the motel that used to be across the road, and honeymooners would go there, and it was actually originally a swimming hole. And after he told me that, he had made it so that, you know, with the property owners at the time, that I could go over there and do some fishing. So I've spent the last 20 years fishing and walking that property and knowing that property. So I'm looking at it from 2 points of view. As a citizen, I'm looking at it as, you know, the huge change it's going to make aesthetically for that part of town. Aside from that, I'm also a manager at Garden Supply Company, and I see the traffic that's out there. And being able to try to take a left or a right out of this neighborhood that's going in is going to be virtually impossible. I just wanted to get up here and say something and say that I'm definitely opposed to this development. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. I sent a lot of this to you in an email earlier, and because there's so many facts, I am going to read.
Could we just start with your name?
I'm sorry. I'm Deborah Ramsey. I live at 1412 Old Apex Road with my family. I also co-own Garden Supply Company with my husband at 1421 Old Apex Road. And speaking to you tonight as a concerned and very closely adjacent neighbor to this property. But many of us have been engaged with this process for the last 10 months, attending many meetings, 5 with the developer, town council meetings, and now our 3rd P&Z. Over all this time, much has been said, and not always accurately, being ignored by the developer has been clearly seen as they only respond when the P&Z board or council is nearing a vote. I've taken some time to research, and I'm going to provide you some clear, undeniable facts pertaining to this case for your review and consideration as you near your final determination of its merits. Section 3.4.1E of the Land Development Ordinance sets forth the following criteria that should be considered in reviewing a rezoning, staff report, page 5. Specifically, number 5, which states the proposed rezoning will not have a significant adverse impact in the vicinity of the subject tract, and number 6, the proposed rezoning classification is suitable for the subject property. Further, applicable comprehensive plan requirements, Land Plan Chapter 6, Section 6.5.2, Staff Report, page 6, notes that residential density should transition gradually between high, medium, and low density. Historically, density transitions have been made either by providing a gradual change in density or in lot size, or by providing an appropriate vegetative buffer transition, and by use of an architectural or design transition, or a combination of the two. A gradual change in density is not being provided to adjacent properties, as the proposed density is now 26 units or 4.84 units per acre. Buffers are being provided as minimums required by ordinance, being a mature forest, the desired visual buffering from existing neighboring properties to the proposed townhomes of attached buildings, a solid mass of 35 feet in height and over 120 feet long. Illustrative plan shown to the neighbors. This won't achieve the desired nor expected results. Additionally, when the developable land is cleared, the remaining trees in the buffers will have their root systems impacted, resulting in additional loss of any planned buffers. When sewer easements and greenway easements are cleared in the buffers, a significant additional loss will occur. Architectural design transitions have not been addressed by any of the applicant's conditions. How then are the density transitions being addressed? Past discussions have been based upon the town land use plan and designation of LDR to MDR for the right property. The staff report also contains general description, whereas we believe we need to focus on specific and actual conditions. The actual density of the property to the north of the right property, currently used or planned for high-density residential, has been expressed by staff, and the applicant has 10 units per acre. Combining the current Foxdale condominiums and the undeveloped Foxdale parcel owned by this same developer, the actual maximum build-out would be 22 units, 14 of Foxdale and 8 undeveloped, on a total of 3.7 acres, resulting in an overall high density of 5.8 units an acre for the northern boundary. The actual density of the property, the southern boundary, which is our property, is 0.188 units per acre. And on the west, the Hovises is 0.34 units per acre. I have included details below on each of the parcels. For further consideration, the northern high density represents 18% of the total perimeter of the right property. The south and west low density represents 50% of the perimeter of the right property. Excluding the O&I and commercial property on the east and north and comparing the high-density residential to the south and west low-density residential, the high density is 14% of the adjoining perimeter boundary. The difficult question to you is, does the current proposal of 4.84 units per acre provide an appropriate and gradual transition to those adjacent and within the vicinity of the right property? And will it result in an adverse impact? I believe that based on the actual information and of this previously presented to the board, that it's a no, and we respectfully request that you vote no tonight. Thank you, and thanks for your time.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else that would address us on this case?
My name is David Good. My wife and I have lived in the Foxdale Run condos for the last 14 years. In fact, we're the longest owners in the history of the Foxdale Run condo. The one serious concern that I have that has not been mentioned yet is if that sewer easement, which runs directly next to the building I happen to live in, and in between the Foxdale Run building next to me, has to be dug up. According to the proposal, it's an 18-foot deep trench, which is 20 to 30 feet wide, in order to complete that sewer construction. There's barely 50 feet between those two buildings. There's only about 30 feet between the current pipes that come out of each building, which are the exit pipes for the sewage in the buildings now. Also, that sewer easement would cross underneath our parking lot, which means the parking lot would have to be torn up. who is going to pay to rebuild our road if that gets torn apart? It took us several years to save up money in our condo fund to re-blacktop that parking lot. And if there's any structural damage to our buildings because of this 18-foot deep trench being built right next to the building's foundations, who's going to pay for that? That's the only thing I wanted to mention that has never, as far as I know, been mentioned in any of these meetings previously. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else that would like to address us? Anyone at all? Seeing no one approaching the podium, I'm going to close the public hearing and open this case for discussion.
I have a question, and I guess this one's been discussed a lot in the last previous meetings. So, but is there, Mr. Nichols, I don't know if someone on staff can talk about the sewer easement that was mentioned a couple times. Is it new or existing? Is it?
I don't believe anybody here could speak to that at this point. Is there a specific question about the?
Just the question about, the routing of it through the neighboring community, the questions that were raised about.
This is the first staff has heard of it as well, so.
Yeah, I had the question also about who pays for it, but you can't address that.
I'm sorry?
Who would pay for extending the sewer and the work and?
That would depend on the easement and how the easements are worded. I mean, assuming the applicant would probably be responsible for working that out.
Can
I
I
believe
just
the
follow
applicant
up on that,
want to
Tom?
answer that.
Yep.
If anything is built on this property, they're going to have to extend the sewer to it, right? Wouldn't matter whether it was one house or 20 houses.
Absolutely. I mean, yes, sir. In terms of just a general response to the question, normally that is something that's reviewed at site plan, and the specifics would be reviewed, with any development plan that's submitted. Not being familiar with that part, because that's not been brought up at a meeting, any of the meetings that I've attended, I'd have to say, if there was, as they are asking for the 11 to 15 units, if there's units on that property, then one would assume it would have to be served the same way. But again, that's something that we would look at time of site plan. The particulars would have to be worked out. Obviously, if, as I understand it, in other developments, when you have to go onto another property, arrangements have to be made. It's just not something that you do without the property owners knowing. But again, that would be something that would be looked at, if this got to site plan.
There's no sewerage available on Old Apex Road to attach to?
I'm not aware of the sewer availability right now. I don't have that information.
Does that mean we don't know, or does that mean there is none?
I don't know whether there is sewer available right there in Old Apex Road.
Having walked the site, I would suggest to you that if there is a sewer anywhere near the condo complex, it's probably much lower than a sewer connection would be up at Old Apex Road. So, yeah, not being a sewage expert, I don't know if any of us can really say, but I expect that you probably would want to go to the sewer connection that had the lowest connection point.
I have a question for staff. Excuse me. In regard to changes to Old Apex Road, is that within the purview of Cary to put in an island, make it right turn, right out, or put a left-hand turning lane? Does the city have the authority, since it's a state road?
I'm going to let Mr.
to do
Jensen
these?
of our traffic department answer that question.
Yeah, during site plan approval, we'll evaluate the access in accordance with Cary standards, and they'll have to apply for an NCDOT driveway permit for access to the road. And we'll also have to meet their standards. So we generally try to coordinate those reviews simultaneously so that we have the same response. Yes, it could be some access restrictions as far as movements, or it could be, again, if they can provide proper site distance and perhaps a left turn lane provision coming into the site that perhaps could be a full movement access. But again, nothing's been offered yet on a site plan, and I wasn't privy to any conversations they've had with NCDOT, so, but I have encouraged them to be looking at that issue.
Second question, if the state feels that you need a longer runway coming out of the property, they would not have the authority, I presume, to infringe on somebody else's private property to put in that additional runway. Is that correct?
Their general limits are what the property owner has control over. If there are limitations on what the property owner can control as far as frontage, that's when they may become, access may become more restrictive in that particular case. So instead of maybe a full movement opportunity for the driveway, they may limit it to a right in, right out where you would need less room to do that type of maneuver.
Thank you.
You mind if I do a follow-up on that question? Having tried to get out of this property on a Sunday afternoon when the traffic wasn't that bad and having to wait a while to do so, it just strikes me at some point in time somebody's going to have to look at this as a traffic expert and say, you can either get cars in and off of this property or you can't. Is there a chance that when they came to site plan review, we would look at it and say the traffic doesn't work?
Well, I think, again, I think they're entitled to access to a public roadway, and without any other options available to them, then we would have to grant some sort of access, and DOT would have to grant some sort of access to that property. Again, though, we can restrict those types of access, available to them if they choose to, ask for a permit. So they are entitled to access to the roadway. Now, are there things that they can make access more safe and to them, then again, we'll be looking at those as well as DOT. Probably, I would say that during the peak hour of the day, that any property along that section of roadway has difficulty making a left turn out onto the roadway. So it's just not isolated to this particular parcel.
I guess what I was really trying to get at, I'm going to press you on here, and Ms. Muir, I'll get to you in a second. There's a real traffic concern here. We have a reason for anxiety about traffic access. If we don't address it tonight, will somebody address it later or not?
Sure. I mean, at a zoning, that's a site plan specific criteria that we have standards for, NCDOT has standards for. At the rezoning level, we have nothing to review. We don't even know they'll build it to 26 units. They're just asking for a maximum density right now. So those are all site plan questions. They have to be evaluated. It's in our standard specifications that they do look at that. So it will be evaluated and looked at and approved as such.
I'm sorry, Ms. Muir.
Well, I didn't have a question for discussion. I'm just ready to make a motion whenever discussion.
Let me see if we have any other questions first.
Yes, I have.
Question. The handout that was provided by the applicant has a last page, and it's item number 3, which shows preliminary sketch layout townhouses. Now, it shows 2 ingress and egress to the property that is in this diagram here. Is that the intent for this property to have 2 entrances? This is the handout called Handout of 1408 Old Apex Road Rezoning, Cary Planning, Zoning Board, blah, blah, prepared by Lynn Wright.
If I might answer your question, that was simply to show that there was an intent at one time to develop the entire 20-acre tract in townhomes. That is not a proposed layout for our property.
So the intent is to have one entrance and egress from the property?
That's my understanding of the current.
All right, thank you.
But that covers more than our tract. That covers the
Right, right. I saw it's 28 acres. Right, right. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Gascon.
I heard a lot of numbers here tonight, so I just want to try to run by a couple, if I can get them verified. I know the property to the north, and it's been referenced in the staff report that it's 10 units per acre, but I also heard when you consider Foxdale Run and the undeveloped, that's 5.8 units per acre. So we're looking at 4.8 units per acre for the existing property, correct?
Correct. Let me just clarify that the property to the north in the PDD, it says it sets a density at 10 units per acre.
Exactly, but just to take the argument of one of the people who came and spoke tonight, if you take that with even undeveloped property up there, it's still 5.8. So it's still more than what we're looking at here tonight. You know, and I saw or heard a lot about transition. So the property to the south would stay low density residential, is that correct?
To the south of the subject property?
To the south of the subject property?
It would still fall into that low density to medium density range.
Exactly. So now we have high density, which would be the 5.8, 4.8, then low density. I mean, to me, that's transition. Granted, there's a low density to one side, but there's some stair-stepping transition there. I also heard, and Ms. Top, if you could confirm this with me, you had commented that at 8,000 square foot lots, you could get 29 on the subject property?
Family lots, that's great, and it would be gross density, which is how the town of Cary calculates density.
Under what zoning would that be?
R8.
R8?
R8, roughly.
Which translates to, I mean, low density, medium density?
I think typically R8 is medium density.
Is it medium density?
Yeah, your typical, which Cary doesn't necessarily see that much anymore. What has usually been low density for Cary is R12. Then you go to R8, which, you know, is your minimum of 8,000 square foot lot that gets you into the medium density, because medium density is 4 to 8 units per acre. And then the other zoning district that you see a lot of, which, as I mentioned, we could have asked for, it's TR, which is the up to 6 units per acre, which is the zoning district that you would see, you know, to transition. But again, it's medium density up to 6. And then, of course, you know, we asked for RMF conditional use. We started at 8, but we're now back down to, you know, 4.48 or 4.8. But again, it's well within that medium density.
Okay. And then just for staff to verify some numbers in your report, looks like back in January of 2012, in the first page of your report, the subject property proposal started with 42 units on the property. Correct. Then came back with a decrease to 37, came back again with a decrease to 32, came back again with a decrease to 30, came back again tonight with a decrease of 26. Are those correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just follow up the question regarding the property in the north. It says 10 units per acre on that property, but I heard the number that it is really 5.8. Why is there a difference? Is that the land has not been utilized and has not been developed, but it could become a 10 units per acre if it was fully developed?
Its zoning was set at 10 units per acre.
So it could become a 10 unit per acre there.
I'm not sure of the constraints on the property or any of the site characteristics, but I mean, the zoning was set at 10 units per acre for that, and there was a plan approved previously for that.
So the transition from low density to 4.84 units per acre to 10 units per acre is a reasonable transition in your point of view?
Coming from south to north.
Right.
Other questions?
Yes,
I don't think you were in there.
Yes, for Mr. Jensen. Last time we talked about this, you did not have any data about the cars per hour at peak, at rush hour on Old Apex Road. So has that changed any? Do you have any more information about that?
I'm sorry, sir. I don't have any additional information. I believe last time I had, let's say, about 14,000 cars a day on that road. And it's generally about 10% of the traffic is traveling through the peak hour, so that'd be about 1,400 cars per hour on that stretch. I'm sorry.
And has there been any kind of since the last time, is there any kind of a gap study of difficulty making a turn out of there?
No, we have not performed any study based on that, no.
And if it's decided at site plan review that it needs to be right in and right out only, and of course, in order to enforce that, there would be some kind of a median, a concrete barrier, something in there. Is that something that the town of Cary can decide on, or will it take DOT approval?
Generally, DOT will take in heavily a consideration by any comment that the town of Cary would have as far as access. But generally, they do their own independent evaluation, and generally, we tend to come to the same conclusion.
Because it's a two-edged sword. Left turns are a problem, but U-turns down the road are a problem too. So
they can be, particularly if they have unintended consequences, which I think you've heard tonight, some of those reactions from people about those consequences.
And at site plan review, if traffic is a problem, can construction just be stopped, or is it something you'd have to somehow find whatever mitigation you can and let it go?
I would think that if after construction started and development occurred, then it would become an issue that, particularly if there became an accident pattern or anything like that, that would have to certainly be addressed with state of DOT. They would do a safety study, see what's causing these issues, and they would make recommendations on how to remedy that accident pattern. It's a little bit difficult to forecast if that would occur, because we have, again, recognizing that this is in a curve. Are there other things that can be done to kind of help soften that exposure along that curve? And that probably could include clearing of some trees to enhance the sight lines along that driveway entrance. So those are some things that DOT would be looking at the applicant making if they wanted to have full access into the property. They would have to, same thing as we would require. We require a proper line of sight that's safe, and as well as probably a left turn lane provision, because we have that many cars on the roadway. We don't want people stopping in the middle of the roadway to make a left-hand turn, which could, if we don't have that, then you always have that risk of causing rear-end accidents at that driveway location. So all that will be looked into consideration when we evaluate that.
But if you can't find a solution, would it be not allowing construction to proceed, or?
Yeah, well, again, they wouldn't be able to obtain site plan approval through Cary unless they achieve our standards, and all those standards about sight lines and safety are all part of our standard specifications that I was talking about earlier. We review all those things. Same things the state DOT will as well.
Yeah.
They're not going to allow particularly a development to occur unless it's a safe access.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. I got two questions. First from Mr. Jensen. If you look at this photo that was handed to us, the right property seems to have a very straight eastern border. The blind curve, which is down below, appears to be part of the pond and owned by Mr. Ramsey. Is DOT in any way capable of straightening that out as part of their widening of this road at some point in time? Or does that?
I would say that anytime the state or would look at widening this roadway, they would look at the geometrics of the roadway and see if it, A, meets the current standards for that design speed of the roadway. If it needed to be softened a little bit, then they would have to look at alternatives to either widen on the inside or perhaps do something on the outside. But all that would have to be looked at if it didn't meet, quote, their standards for the roadway speed in that area. And that certainly could impact the pond. But again, unfortunately, the way funding is that there's no funding by the state or the town to do any project right now currently on that stretch of roadway. So we rely pretty heavily on land development as it occurs to do their share along the roadway.
Second question that I have is I'm a little confused by where we are with this northern property line boundary. I think it was slide 63, Mr. Nichols, that might have been showing the buffers, landscape buffers, or 64. What I'm confused by is page 5 of the staff presentation. Now, this northern boundary is a straight line, northern boundary buffer is a straight line showing 10 to 20 feet. And on page 5, we have landscape buffer in accordance with the LDO, and it starts talking about the west and the south. And then we get to the north, and it says buffer requirements between the proposed residential use and the residential uses zoning to the north of the site would be as follows. The 20-foot type B with the residential multifamily, i.e. the condominiums, a 30-foot type B with a vacant parcel that is to be zoned for office use, and then a 20 to 40-foot type B for a veterinary hospital office. We're kind of sliding around here an awful lot, and yet we're ending up with 10 to 20 feet. How did this occur? Is this just something the applicant is requesting?
No. No, the ordinance requires, what you just read in the staff report is what the ordinance requires between the two uses. It also allows those to be divided up between the two properties that are developed. So each property would provide half of that buffer. So the applicant is providing half of the buffer. If there's required to be a 40-foot buffer between two uses, the applicant would provide half of that, and the other property that's developed would provide the other half of that.
Okay, so in the case
That's why we have 10 to 20 feet rather than the 20 to 40
in the
feet.
case of the veterinary hospital, that's the 40-foot.
And there's already a buffer on that property, correct?
And there is a very large change in elevation between that veterinary clinic and the northeast corner of the Wright property. Okay, I'm understanding this. I just didn't see why it would vary, but I guess it is going to vary with the type of development on each parcel.
Correct.
Okay. I'm done.
Ms. Topp, you look like you have an elaboration on this question specifically?
Just this question, I'll let the other one go. On this one, I just want to point out, of course, it's not on this plan, but along Oxford Hunt, as part of the approved, well, it's a PUD then, but now it's a PDD. As part of the approved Oxford Hunt PDD, there is a 50-foot.
Right.
Right, so, and that's just going to what Wayne is saying, what causes the variable nature of that buffer on our part, but in no way does that ever take away the 50 feet that's on Oxford Hunt. This is in addition to that 50 feet.
Why was that not split as these are being split? What was going on?
I'm not sure I follow you, I'm sorry.
She's saying there's a specific 50-foot reservation.
Right.
For the Oxford Hunt PDD, of
Right.
which the condominiums are part of.
Correct, there's a 50-foot buffer along the
The other
entire
part is on the
perimeter.
undeveloped land. Is that, you just said to me the buffers get split by both sides of the fence, right?
Correct, but in that case, there's additional buffer than what's required between the two uses. But we would still require the developing parcel, the subject property, to provide at least half of that buffer. If the adjoining property provided more, and that's already been done, but we would still require the applicant to provide, the subject property, developing property, to provide at least half of that buffer. So on the northern properties where they might have to provide, anywhere from 10 to 20 feet, there's already a 50-foot buffer on those properties.
So to just maybe extend my curiosity here, the southern boundary shows 40 feet. We have Mr. Ramsey's property, which has the pond, and he owns the land to the north of the pond. Is he splitting anything in terms of that 40 feet, or is that?
The ordinance doesn't require that in the case of a single-family development, single-family lots like that. There, the buffer would be borne by the applicant, in this case, the subject property. The buffers are based on the adjacent uses, and in the case of a single-family detached residence like that, then the bulk of the buffer would fall on the developing property itself.
So let me make sure, the 40-foot buffer has to be provided by the applicant in this particular case, in this southern
Correct.
part, right? Just to make sure you got it.
Other questions? In that case, do we have a motion?
Yes.
Ms. Muir?
I made the original motion last time. I'm going to make the same motion today. I move that we forward 12 REZ01, the right property at Old Apex Road, to council with recommendation for denial, and I find it inconsistent with the comprehensive plan.
Do we have a second? Any second?
For discussion's sake, I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Chairman,
Mr. Warner.
my concern has been from having visited the property and the safety issue having to do with the road itself. I'm not as bothered about the transition because I feel that there is an appropriate transition with the property, but it's almost putting the cart before the horse. If the state doesn't have plans to improve that road to make it safe for egress out of that property, I have a feeling that maybe we're creating a safety issue going down the road, and that concerns me.
I'll speak to my motion. There were 4 issues iterated by neighbors. I took specifically the density, because we talk about transitions, and I know for some of my colleagues that transition is appropriate, but the density in this parcel to me is the holdback. I think traffic in terms of the volume generated is not an issue. I think the access can be managed, but the sheer number of pieces being put in there, and the fact that there was no accommodation or addressing their concerns about height, because height gives a feel for the transition. So there's 2 transitions going on. One is within the parcel from the adjacent parcels, and those buffers on the southern and western side are accommodating for that. But when you look at the transition from parcel to parcel to parcel, moving from the condos and the unbuilt office park and the veterinary hospital through this parcel down to the Ramses, I'm not comfortable with that transition. And I think in Chapter 6 of the comprehensive plan, we really find that guidance, and my interpretation of that guidance may vary from my colleagues, but that's the basis for my motion.
This proposal has been in front of this board for a couple of times, actually. We had reviewed this proposal in May and then also in August. And in the beginning of the January 2012, the number of units that were proposed for this lot land was 42 units, and it is like we mentioned, it has gone down to 26 units. So the density issue has been addressed significantly, so that's one issue. And so I think, the applicant has tried to work hard to meet the concerns of the neighborhood people regarding the density, and I think that has been done. The issue of access and egress, and I think that's an important issue, along with the traffic on the road and safety issue. As I read the staff report, that will be addressed during the plan, the land development plan or whatever, later on, and that's addressed at that time. Parking was another issue that we discussed earlier, and it appears to me that the parking issue has been resolved, or at least has been addressed carefully. And we just discussed the transition that has been, to me, it appears reasonable that we are moving from 1 unit per acre to 4.84 units per acre to 10 units per acre. That's not a perfect transition, but it's a transition which we can live with. So I think the applicant and the owner of the property have a right to develop this property, and I think they have tried to work hard to meet the needs of the community, the neighborhood. And I think it's about time that that I personally would like to support the applicant because of all the effort that has been made by them to meet the needs of the neighborhood.
I guess I'll say that, as has been pointed out, this is always a balance between the rights of this property owner versus the rights of the neighbors versus what is in the public interest. I voted to recommend denial of this the first time it was here. I was prepared to vote to recommend denial last time again when we voted to table it. There are some things that haven't really changed. I think there are legitimate concerns. Traffic and safety is a legitimate concern. In that balance, the rights have, as was pointed out, the right to access their property, and the amount of traffic for what's proposed is not the threshold that generates a traffic study. The buffers, they're legitimate concerns. The neighbors have every right to ask for additional buffers, but the land development ordinance requires something, and they're meeting that in all cases. They're not asking for exceptions. Height is also a legitimate concern, and the neighbors have every right to ask for reduced height, and yet the 35-foot height is what's permitted. They're not asking for variations, and it's what's permitted, if I understand correctly, on the current R40 zoning. And so the last one in sometimes gets penalized. I think in this case, what's changed for me, and was always my biggest concern, was the density. It's been cut by about 40%. I still don't think it's perfect. I don't like, a long cul-de-sac with a bunch of townhomes across it, yet they have reduced the density significantly, and for me, that is probably the over the threshold that, although it's not perfect, I will support the right to develop and vote against the motion.
If I just one small point. Yes. That's in the terms of the height. As far as I understand, the height requirement for current zoning is 35 feet, and the proposed height is also 35 feet.
That's my point.
So there's no variation and no waiver being asked in terms of height, so it's the same height.
Well, I don't think it's a requirement, it's an allowed height. You're not required to build it to 35 feet, you're allowed to build up to 35 feet.
Other comments?
Well, I'm going to chime in. When I first saw this, I didn't like it. I didn't like the shotgun nature to the property. I couldn't understand why it wasn't developed as part of the PDD. I could see where at one point in time, probably from what Mr. Wright has provided to us, the property owners prior to the Ramseys might have been in agreement to making this a joint venture, and that probably would have been the ideal situation, but that didn't happen. I walked the property. I'm not bothered by the buffer issue. It took me a little while to sort of understand why it was what it was. If there were single-family homes in here, you'd still have the access problem. But the thing that bothers me the most is that I think your comments, Mr. Chairman, when we sent this back the last time, was that both parties needed to do something. And from what I'm seeing tonight, I think only one party's done something, the applicant. I just don't see where, and it troubles me to hear the applicant say that when they invited neighbors to come over and walk the property, nobody was willing to do this. Why is that?
I didn't get invited. I didn't
Excuse me, public hearing is over, I'm sorry. We have kind of legal rules we have to follow. We don't want to get in trouble with lawyers.
You know,
Which, our lawyer is right here. You know, she's not somebody I want to get angry at me.
and lastly, I think my emotions got to me the first time on this because, as I mentioned, I had seen some teenagers killed in an accident where I thought there was a problem with the road system. And since we've had this case before us, and this is the third time we've looked at it now, I've traveled a bunch of roads in Cary and seen an awful lot of situations where they're very similar to this. You can drive along Maynard from Walnut to High House even. And you're going to find all kinds of streets coming in on curves, hills, blind curves, etc. The one traffic accident that occurred here was, I think, an anomaly. It occurred before 2002. There have been no fatalities. Excuse me, the one fatal accident was before 2002. And looking at the statistics that were presented to us, there's been nothing since then. Most of the problems on this road are rear-ending type issues. The next category in terms of highest frequency is left-hand turns. I just think the applicant has done enough to where we have to abide by what the LDO is giving us for guidance. And I do think 4.84 is low to medium. It's not low to low. That seems to be what Triangle Forest, Mr. Ramsey, the veterinarian are all keying in on, is this must be low. And we're down to where, as Mrs. Top has pointed out, this is the equivalent to a regular single-family dwelling density. So I'm not going to vote for denial on this. I think the time is here to let this thing go and let DOT and the town of Cary and the site plan review process put this thing in its best fashion.
I'll have just a comment. There are a lot of things. I had voted also, of course, for denial and was prepared to vote last time for denial. But there's some troubling things and some things that don't trouble me. I'm not bothered by the transition or the density. I think it is maybe a little bit higher than I would prefer, but still a reasonable density within the range of reasonableness. I am bothered by the traffic. I have tried turning out of that little driveway, which is not where the entrance necessarily will be, several times and not had an inordinately long wait. In fact, shorter wait than many other areas within Cary. I do trust that and hope that at site plan review that there will be a more thorough safety study and that it not be allowed to proceed unless it will be safe. So I believe I will support the applicant on this and vote no on denial.
And if no one else has anything to say, I'd like to just have a couple comments here. The applicant has a right to put something here. If they put anything here, they're going to have to get cars in and out of the site. They're going to have to put buffers in that are probably about the buffers we've got to find here. They're probably going to have to address that greenway easement. That's going to happen no matter what happens. There is going to be a sewer that's going to have to come to the site. All of these concerns I heard by some of the neighbors, this is going to happen no matter what you put here. The questioning really is what you put here, and we've heard several people talking about the fact that we have stipulations in our LDO that suggest that we do want to transition densities. This is a transition of densities from the north, which is higher density, to the south, which is obviously much lower density. Is it a perfect transition? Not on your life, it isn't. Regarding the traffic issues, our process says that you address process issues at site plan time. That's when experts are going to look at it, that's when they're going to have data, that's when they're going to have additional safety studies if they're required, that's when DOT is going to trump in. I think that's the time traffic is addressed. I don't think it's our place to guess at what the traffic impact might be before DOT has done its expert thing, before the town has had a chance to do its expert thing. I think there's a reason why we do traffic at site plan, and that's because that's when we think we're ready to have the data to make those decisions. And so you probably have guessed by now that I'm not going to support your motion. And so if you'd like, I guess I have to call a vote on your motion.
we need to vote, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I'm going to call a vote on the motion, which I believe was for denial. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay? And that motion was by Ms. Muir, seconded by Mr. Shaw, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye. Okay, that motion
Aye.
fails 7-1.
Yes.
Okay? Perhaps another motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
can I make a motion? I move that the board forward case number 12-REZ-01 to Town Council with a recommendation for approval as it is consistent with the comprehensive plan and all other applicable plans and is reasonable and in the public interest for the reasons set forth in the staff report and presentation.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Werner, second. Discussion? We pretty well discussed this one, haven't we?
Call for a vote.
Okay, I'm going to call for a vote then. All those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, we have a motion that carries 7-1.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a motion to take a 2-minute break or maybe 5-minute break?
I would be most grateful for that motion.
Thank you.
We have a motion, second. All those in favor of a motion for a 5-minute break?
Aye.
Okay, my condition is that when we say 5 minutes, that means at 25 minutes of the hour,
Okay.
we're going to be back, right?
Correct.
We have an ambitious agenda remaining before us, so I'm going to go ahead and call us back into session. And I believe we're now going to consider case 12 REZ 15, the Weston PDD amendment. And Ms. Grannon,
thank you.
You're with us again.
This is a request to rezone a portion of the Weston Planned Development District located at 1001 Sheldon Drive on 11.65 acres. Subject property is shown highlighted in yellow, just north of Cary Parkway and south of Weston Parkway. And a zoomed-in aerial shows that the subject property has been developed with an existing 26,000 square foot building, which is currently occupied by the use which is being proposed and by an existing use which is a laboratory facility. The area circled in red shows the subject property in relation to the overall Weston Planned Development District. Cary's land use plan designates the subject property as office and industrial. The existing zoning is Planned Development District Major, and the applicant is proposing to add wellness center as a permitted use on tract PEC 7 in the Weston PDD. Currently, wellness center is not listed as a permitted use on this subject property. The total floor area of the use would be limited to 10,000 square feet. This is by a condition proposed by the applicant. When this was presented initially at public hearing before Town Council, they were seeking 13,000 square feet, and they have proposed to reduce that to 10,000. And the applicants also proposed a condition that states that parking shall be provided in accordance with the land development ordinance. And by proposing a condition like this, it removes the opportunity to ask for a reduction. Staff can ask for a 10% reduction to parking, and this would remove that opportunity for the applicant to seek that reduction if it's a zoning condition. There is a definition of wellness center in the land development ordinance. An establishment that contains customized health services that may include fitness, personal training, nutrition, consulting, can be incorporated with individualized programs with specific goals. Clients are generally under the supervision of licensed staff, which may include healthcare providers, nutritionists, personal trainers and practitioners, medical and other specialists such as chiropractors. Clients are enrolled in an individualized nutritional and fitness program, may be enrolled, and may exercise independently or in small groups. Notification of the request was sent to property owners within 400 feet of the subject property. The property was posted and advertised in the Cary News. There is a valid protest petition that was submitted by 2 adjacent property owners. Concerns expressed on the protest petition pertained to the fact that there have been past violations of zoning regulations on the subject property, that the proposed amendment only applies to a single property, not to the overall PDD, that the property owner association for Weston is not in support of the request. Adjacent property owner believed that the site was not a wellness center as defined by the LDO. There were concerns expressed about inadequate parking, the impacts on the shared driveway that serves both the subject property and the adjacent developed parcel, that there was excessive traffic and outdoor classes taking place. This is an aerial view that shows the subject property and then the shared driveway, which also serves the business immediately adjacent. When this was presented to the Town Council, there were concerns expressed by the council members about the actual traffic patterns and trip generation. There were numbers specified in the staff report about trip generations based on national standards, and one of the council members expressed some concern about that number and questions just about the review process in general and what happens when you have a use that's occupying a business and it's not a permitted use. Staff explained that's why we have advised the applicant that they needed to move forward without any further delays on seeking the appropriate zoning if they were to stay in the facility. And the engineering department also conducted some traffic counts, and the results of that are in the staff report. The site is impacted by a stream buffer that was taken into consideration at the time of site plan. Any future expansions to the site would require field determination of stream buffers. There's no greenway trails or parks in the immediate vicinity of the subject property. Sheldon Drive is designated as a major collector on our thoroughfare plan. And the closest transit route is along Northwest Cary Parkway in close proximity to the subject property. This concludes staff's presentation. The applicant is available, and staff is available after the public hearing for questions.
Good evening, Glenda Top with Glenda S. Top and Associates. I'm here tonight representing the property owners at 101 Sheldon Drive. They're requesting to amend the Weston PDD to allow a wellness center. Currently, this is not a permitted use in the Weston PDD. As staff has pointed out, by condition, the wellness center is being proposed to not exceed 10,000 square feet in area, and each use on the subject property shall comply with the minimum land development parking standards with no reductions. We do meet the use-specific standards for wellness center. A couple items I want to point out. We met with staff through the process about parking and looking at the parking requirements. It was determined that we will need 5 additional parking spaces. The owner has agreed to install these parking spaces. And of course, if the zoning is approved, the site will have to come into compliance before a CO can be issued. The site has been evaluated for the 5 parking spaces. They can be accommodated on the site, and we actually had a pre-submittal meeting with staff showing where they would be located. The owners of XL Body Fitness did move into the building without realizing the use was not permitted within Weston PDD, and once they found that out, they have been trying to remedy this, and of course, by rezoning the property, this would bring the use into conformance. Neighborhood meeting was held. There was concern raised by the folks at 901 Sheldon Drive, ED&D, and Highwoods, which staff pointed out. Both of these entities are still opposed to the proposed rezoning. Concern is with traffic and parking, safety concerns, and as they relate to the shared drive. Again, the square footage of the use will be 10,000 square feet, which is less than what is there now. So they will redesign the site. Less cars will be coming in and out of the site, thus less traffic, and again, the need for less parking. The owner committed to a new zoning condition of the owner of the subject property shall install at least 1 speed bump within the primary parking area to the shared drive, and we're entering that into tonight. Highwoods wanted to see a condition concerning the size of classes. We did enter that as a condition. Staff has a concern about its enforcement. We're hoping that might be able to be worked out, but we're not sure at this point. We talked about looking at restriping the fire lane as a condition, but we're going to go ahead and do that without a zoning condition. As you know, staff did a traffic study with the traffic going in and out of the site, and it was determined that the proposed use, there's minimal traffic. Just last week, ED&D and Highwoods discussed the fact that they wanted to see a new drive aisle on the side of the building opposite ED&D's property. And unless this is done, at least from ED&D's standpoint, they were not interested in meeting with us any further because that was very important to them. We told ED&D that we are open to discussing the case and offering such things as traffic calming items, restriping, signage, but that we did not feel that an additional drive aisle was needed given the traffic that is generated by the use. Based on the traffic counts, we didn't think this was necessary. The shared access was specifically created for both properties to use. ED&D is asking the owners of 1001 Sheldon Drive to give up their right to use the shared access drive that has existed since these lots were developed. And again, we don't believe this is necessary due to the traffic generated. Again, we heard from Highwoods. They'd like to see the class size condition. They'd like to see where the parking spaces are located, which we can do. And again, they wanted to see an additional access point for Excel Body Fitness in this building. And again, we feel that this is not necessary. You did receive numerous letters from property owners attesting to the traffic or the lack thereof and the cars, and they're here tonight to speak. The plan's in compliance. It does meet use-specific standards. We feel that the traffic is minimal and that the proposed use does take into account any impact to the adjacent properties, and that would be minimal. We are committed to continuing to work with the adjacent property owners and with Highwoods to try to, work out any issues that we've not been able to adequately address at this point. And with that, I will conclude my presentation. Would also like to point out that Jason Barron has been retained by
your time just expired.
By the owners of Excel Body Fitness and is also here to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
At this point, I'm going to open our public hearing. Anyone that would like to speak to us on this case, appreciate it if you come down and approach the podium.
Good evening. My name is Pantia Dugani. I'm the co-founder of Excel Body Fitness. Excel Body Fitness started a little over 2 years ago as I struggled to find a gym. I had some health issues, and work and family made it really hard to devote time to my health. I basically needed personal training in a group setting. This was a huge challenge. That's when I called Cary Auslander, my now business partner. I knew Cary from another gym. I asked her if she could have a group of us trained. She said she needed equipment and an indoor facility. 3 months later, we were conducting business from Crosspoint Church in Cary, using their auditorium during the week. Unfortunately, Cary is out of town and could not be here tonight. But I would like to let you all know that she is very passionate about fitness and her clients. Just like Cary, all of our trainers are certified and they know how to challenge each one of the members. They know everyone's limitation, injuries, and because they show modification, all levels are welcome in all of our classes. After operating at Crosspoint Church for 20 months, we had evolved from a program to a wellness center, and we needed our own space. In these 20 months, we accomplished all of what I had envisioned at the start of the journey. Our search took about 5 months. We were looking for the following criteria: being in Cary and being convenient for our members to commute on their way to or from work. We found 1001 Sheldon Drive, and we knew it was an office park. It was in an office park. I would like to acknowledge that we thought that amendment of LDO applied to Western Office Park as well. As soon as we found out that this is not the case, we filed for an amendment to zoning and set up meeting with our neighbors and Highwood properties to address their concerns and tried very hard to work out a resolution. Unfortunately, we did not reach an agreement. I know this location is the right one for us because we had less than 2% dropouts when we moved. By being where we are, we can help many individuals who work and or live in close proximity of Excel Body Fitness to stay healthy and fit. We love our business, we love our members, and we are very proud to be in Cary. We are a small business, and given the current economic environment, if we are forced to move, we do not have the capital or the funds to relocate. We have spent over $50,000 on just the flooring in 1001 Sheldon Drive in order to make sure that we have the optimum flooring to avoid injuries. This whole ordeal has constrained us financially even further. We have many of our members here tonight. At this point, I would like for them to stand up in support of our application. Thank you. You have received their emails, and tonight you will hear from few of them representing the membership who will speak in support of our application. In closing, I would like to request your support of our case to continue our business at 1001 Sheldon Drive. For us, there is no other location. We will go out of business if we are forced to move, and we all will lose. I will lose a part of me as I have invested so much time, energy, and money in this wonderful place. I will lose my Excel family. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Skip Hill. I'm the Vice President and Division Head for Highwoods Properties, and we're the declarant for the Weston PDD. I tell you, this one is a tough one. It's unfortunate that Excel Body Fitness has invested the amount of money in a quality facility that they have created out there. We've been in it several times. It really is nice. We are promoters of fitness at Highwoods. We think that it is a nice amenity to have in Weston when done at the right location and under the right circumstances. The biggest challenge we have here is we have co-owners of a shared driveway. And the change in the PDD, Weston PDD, the amendment that's being proposed does cause probably a little bit of a burden to the adjacent owner. Were it not for the shared driveway, we would not have a problem with this particular request. But the shared driveway cast a huge difference on this particular case. And unfortunately, these guys, both owners, did not work this out prior to the work being done in the particular facility. And unfortunately, it's operating, as you guys probably know, in violation of the current Weston PDD. So for that reason, unless the owners can get together on the shared driveway and how that shared driveway is going to be used, we continue to promote that there has to be an alternate driveway to get the amount of cars and customers from the entrance, which is an alternate entrance, to the rear parking lot to relieve some of the shared driveway traffic. It's a tough one. I tell you, I hope that these guys can work it out and we can find a solution, but we just have to see how it goes. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Benson. I'm with Kilpatrick Townsend, and I represent BDR Realty LLC, the adjacent property owner at 901 Sheldon Drive. Our client has filed a protest petition that was mentioned in addition to the protest petition filed by Highwoods. 901, in addition to BDR Realty LLC owning 901 Sheldon Drive, a related entity, Educated Design and Development, is the single occupant of that building. As the immediate neighbor of the subject property, our client has experienced firsthand the effects. This is not an entirely speculative case that you're hearing. I know usually you're hearing and wondering if you approve something, what will happen. In this case, something already has happened. The property at 1001 Sheldon Drive is already in use in violation of the ordinance, and our client has experienced some of the effects of that. Even as the gym, the fitness center is young and growing, we've already experienced the negative effects of that. The fitness center creates a great deal of traffic and congestion. As Mr. Hill mentioned, there is a small shared driveway that accesses both 901 and 1001 Sheldon Drive. There's a private drive easement agreement between those two properties dating back roughly 15 or 20 years. Clearly, that document was not written with a retail type of use in mind, one which generates a great deal of traffic. It was written in the spirit of the uses contemplated for the park, industrial and office uses, which have less intense traffic. Since the opening of the fitness center, traffic on that driveway has increased materially and continues to increase materially. We understand that the staff conducted a traffic count. However, we would point out a couple of things with respect to that. We believe that that traffic count does have significant flaws. The principal times reviewed were 6 to 9 a.m. and then later in the afternoon. From our personal observation, from our client's personal observation, some of the larger classes are actually between those times. The 9:30 a.m. class in particular we've seen as generating a great deal of traffic thus far. And in the applicant's prior statements, they indicated that they would like to have up to 12 classes per day with up to 40 students per class. And just doing the math on that, you get the sense that this is really more of a retail type use as opposed to a use that's permitted right now. In discussions with the applicant, we suggested, as Mr. Hill at Highwoods has also suggested, that they create an alternative access point to access their principal parking field. They've declined to do that. We thought that that was a way that this could work, where their use could be supported by us. But again, the problem is that they're basically using our shared driveway to access with, what we fear will be, several hundred trips a day for what is effectively a retail use on the property, and it's simply not designed for that. And you're asking, the applicant is asking essentially a single property owner, our client, to bear that entire burden, and that's simply unfair and is not contemplated. Our clients invested a great deal of money. They purchased this property approximately 5 years ago. It's its corporate headquarters. It has invested a great deal more. I absolutely sympathize with the applicant, but I assure you that our client is a great deal more invested in this property than the applicant. And we really do not want to see the property damaged by having this request approved. We also would question whether or not this fits the definition of a wellness center. A wellness center, by the definition, looks to be more of a individually small group catered, almost one-on-one fitness facility, versus what this is really just a gym where membership is growing, and as it grows, so will the burden on the surrounding properties. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Debbie Bradley. I'm here tonight in support of Excel Body Fitness. I'd like to share my experience with Excel Body Fitness, and I'd like to point out to the contrary that this is not just a simple gym. This is something truly unique that Cary has available. Earlier this year, like a significant number of Americans, I was overweight. My diet consisted of prepackaged processed foods, and I did not think I had enough time to take care of myself. 6 to 8 Diet Cokes a day and some lean cuisines, that was pretty much my norm. This should not have been the case for me. I'm a physician. I'm also a former athlete. I should have had the tools and the knowledge to follow a healthy lifestyle. It's not that I didn't recognize I needed to make the changes. I tried multiple times only to conclude I did not have the time required to get where I needed to be. I've belonged to local gyms. I've belonged to Lifetime Fitness, YMCA, and O2 Fitness. I knew, with my family history, obesity, diabetes, that I needed to make some changes. But the story was the same each time. I joined with great intentions, but concluded with each attempt that I did not have the time to take care of myself and never really made any changes. So many times I laid on the couch at night, exhausted from my day, envious of the transformation and successes of contestants on The Biggest Loser, contestants in much worse shape than me. And I thought to myself, if I could only take a few months away from life and have access to such a comprehensive team, I could do that too. However, since joining Excel Body Fitness, I have realized you don't need to take a break from life to become healthy. You just need the tools to do it. And what Excel Body Fitness offers is something extraordinary. You've heard from many members. You're going to hear from a few more today. You don't need to fly across the country to find such a team. I have a wellness center in my backyard. And with their multidisciplinary team of trainers, dietitian, physical therapist, and more recently the addition of a life coach, I realized I don't need to take a break from life to become fit and healthy. These truly are individual plan. Yes, we exercise in group settings, but it's more like a group personal training session. Everyone has different defined goals, and we meet with Carolee and the other staff members on an individual basis to work out individual plans for ourselves and reach our goals. I've reached a healthy goal weight. I've learned to eat a nutritious, well-balanced diet, and I've made fitness a lifestyle. I've never felt better. I've also been able to share my transformation and new lifestyle with my patients, coworker, family, and friends, positively impacting people around me. But what I find most impressive is just not the success I have reached. It's that many Cary residents that are part of this Excel Body Fitness family have reached similar success stories. I'm not the exception. I'm pretty much the standard at Excel Body Fitness. We truly do succeed. It's different from any other fitness center I have stepped foot into. Members are not numbers, but part of a supportive family. Cary and the other trainers, everyone who works there, knows everyone's name and story. I thought it was a fluke at first, but as I was there week after week, it was quite amazing to know that Cary can know each member. You miss a workout, you get an email. She wants to know where you are. It's your birthday, they know. You're injured, they know. You've reached a new goal, they know, and they celebrate with you. It's truly an amazing place, and I encourage you all to try it. Recently, I've become aware of ongoing issues related to zoning. As a Cary resident, I feel the need to reach out and share my story and to emphasize the positive impact this facility has had on me as well as many others. Excel Body Fitness is a valuable resource and unique perk to living in Cary. I strongly believe it is not only the comprehensive team at Excel Body Fitness that has supported my success, but it's also the fact that it's in my backyard. I can work out, I can live my busy life and do the things that I need to do. I attended a recent council meeting and was appalled to find the major complaints related to traffic, parking, and concern for property values. I do attend Excel Body Fitness at various times. I've never had trouble finding a place to park, quite different than some of the other experiences I have when shopping. I've never been in a line coming in or out of the driveway, and I certainly can't understand how a wellness center could bring property value down. Additionally, I read with great interest the rezoning staff report. You've heard traffic is one of the major issues, the shared driveway. You'll see in the traffic documented on September 18th and 19th that there was not any excessive traffic. In fact, the traffic documented was less than the traffic reported from the previous private school occupants and substantially less than that projected from a daycare, which is an approved use of the space. With the obesity epidemic in this country spiraling out of control, if anything, we need more facilities so people can have such access. I thank you for listening to me, and I hope that we can all work together to continue this great facility, and so I can continue to be successful and other people can experience what I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Heidi Klein, and I have been a member of Excel Body Fitness for the last 2 years. In October of 2010, I weighed 287 pounds. I had been diagnosed as pre-diabetic, was taking medication for acid reflux, and was being encouraged by my doctor to look into treatment for sleep apnea. Having struggled with my weight and emotional eating all of my life, I was truly at rock bottom when a friend said, "You have to meet Cary Oslander. She leads a group class that I attend." The first day that I experienced Excel Body Fitness changed my life. And after years of trying different diets and workout programs with only temporary success, what I found at Excel was the support and encouragement and information that I needed to make a true lifestyle change. Cary and all of the other members welcomed me exactly where I was. For the first time, it was okay to work out at my level, even though the members around me were so much more capable. As I started with my push-ups on the wall, I never felt like anyone was saying, "Why is she here?" And as I made progress and everyone around me celebrated my success, that became even more evident. I even had people tell me that my progress was their inspiration. After decades of trying to get a handle on this issue in my life, I had never experienced this level of support. At Excel, you are a member of a family with a name and a story. Missing a workout is not an option because someone will ask where you were. As I became physically stronger, I was amazed at the impact that this strength had in all aspects of my life. I became a better mother, spouse, coworker, and friend. Cary and the Excel Body Fitness nutritionist helped me create a healthy eating program by myself. Rather than give me a food plan, they gave me guidelines and education, which allowed me to find what would truly work for me and my family. Instead of resenting the restrictions of previous diets, I found myself enjoying the process of discovering what I liked and what made me feel good. Using the nutrition guidelines, I was able to create a food plan that was my own, and that made it much easier to stay on track. Even in the group setting, when Cary introduced an exercise that I knew I could not complete, she was always ready with a modification for my level. As I mastered each modified level, she noticed and encouraged me and pushed me just a little bit further. Once I had a taste of what it felt like to truly feel strong, I progressed even faster. But it was not all smooth sailing for me. During the same 2 years, I lost a dear friend to cancer, my mother-in-law to diabetes, and I suffered a serious injury. My Excel family walked with me through all of these obstacles. They showed me that I could kickbox my way through this pain, and I didn't need to turn to food. And as of today, I've lost 110 pounds, and I am keeping it off. I'm not on medications of any kind. All of my blood work checks out at healthy levels. But more than just my physical health has changed. I'm a happier, kinder, and more productive person. I've taken my experience and launched my own practice, coaching others on how to succeed themselves. And I truly believe I owe all of it to Cary, Pantia, and the Excel Body Fitness family. So what does this all mean to the town of Cary? I cannot imagine a business that I would rather have as a neighbor than Excel Body Fitness. Excel members are always looking out for each other. We would do nothing to put ourselves, our neighbors, or our friends in jeopardy. I'd like to share a story that I used in an article on how a positive attitude leads to success. One morning this summer when we arrived at Excel at 5:30 a.m., we found that the air conditioning unit had gone out overnight. It was very hot. It was muggy and miserable, but no one left. No one complained. I heard no one saying that they weren't getting their money's worth or that they deserved better. Instead, it was one of the most fun mornings that I've ever had at Excel. We all came out of our usual morning stupors to commiserate with one another. We encouraged each other to drink more water and watched out for signs of anyone having trouble. And when I got home that morning, the Facebook posts were flying about what our hot workout had been like. And I thought to myself, this is why I love this place. We're a family. We take care of one another, and that's what makes all the difference. We take an adverse situation and turned it into a memorable experience, a shared challenge that we conquered together. You just do not find that kind of loyalty at other fitness establishments. I believe that Excel Body Fitness is exactly the kind of business that the town of Cary wants to support and encourage. The current location is the perfect fit for the business, and I believe for the town. I believe that Excel brings tremendous value to the lives of its members and to the surrounding community, and it would be a tragedy for the town of Cary and its citizens to lose this facility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Greg Morton. I'm the Plant Operations Manager for MTS Sensors in Cary on Sheldon Drive. We are a neighbor next door to Excel Body Fitness and the Sinventi Chem Group. I'd like to take a moment and briefly talk about 4 subjects. Traffic. For MTS, we have over 130 employees at our facility. Up to 90 arrive and leave at the same time each shift. That's 6:30 to 7, 11:30 lunch, 12 o'clock lunch, and 3:30. In the afternoon, this also coincides with pickup and delivery carriers and a variety of trucks along with full tractor trailers. Aside from asking users to control their speed, we have the same size access. I do not see an issue in any shape or form with the traffic flow in the adjacent entrance. Number 2, zoning. For centuries, Europe and other countries have benefited by cities mixing industry and commercial blocks of residency and services, combining workplace, food resources, residences, along with other services have long been recognized as a way to give workers convenience, efficient costs, and help the environment. This is now growing in America also. We can see this even in Raleigh. Take North Hills, for example. Yes, we want to encourage the high-volume employee industries to come to Cary and sit within Industrial Park. The convenience of nearby worker services is equally of significance. Isn't it an attraction for competitive models for other industries to come to Cary? We can't all stay as small, normal-sized companies and afford the SaaS-type campuses with daycare, fitness gyms, cafeterias supplied by the company. We have to remain competitive. Number 3, recognition by a major health insurance industry. MTS handles its health insurance needs with one of the largest insurance leaders in the world, Blue Cross Blue Shield. Isn't it interesting that they reimburse our employees for the standard member fee for Excel Body Fitness? They do not, however, do this for Gold's Gym, Life Fitness, or other gyms. This is important for a wellness center. Studies have shown measurable reductions in health insurance costs when a system like this is used. If they support this, why shouldn't we? Personal. just for me, as Greg. High blood pressure runs in my family. My doc's paying attention to me for hypertension. I've selected a grand career that's stressful, but quite rewarding, and enjoy it. Since joining the Excel programs, my blood pressure has been completely in order, dropping 10 points on the upper, 5 on the lower. And my doc is extremely impressed with this and my health results, and I take no medication. Please support this zoning. Thank you.
Good evening, Jason Barron here on behalf of the applicant, XL Body Fitness. I don't want to reiterate anything that has previously been said. I would offer, I certainly can't share the personal testimonies that you all have received from the members of XL Body Fitness. You know, I'm a zoning lawyer by profession, and oftentimes we come across zoning cases where we say, well, we need to gin up public support. We need to get people to reach out, and you know, you might find a neighbor or two say, yeah, that's fine. I've never seen a case where folks have been as impassioned in their plea for their personal fitness as I have in this case. It's actually been fairly humbling. I want to make a couple of points. First, there's been a lot of talk about traffic and a lot of talk about the shared drive aisle. That shared drive aisle was created in 1990 when these parcels were originally platted. In fact, it was constructed by the then owners of this subject property. Or put another way, this drive aisle wouldn't have come into existence but for the fact that the previous owners of the subject parcel created it. And I think that's an important fact because that shared drive aisle has been there since 1990 through today. As noted in the traffic generation information that you all received from the engineering staff, this proposed use is far from the highest traffic generator that could be used on the property. There is, and again, just don't take my word for it, you can look in the staff report, a daycare would generate 160 a.m. and 162 p.m. peak hour trips. That's in significant excess of the studies that were done on the multiple days when Jerry and his staff went out and reviewed traffic for this site. I think that's an important point because, again, the use hasn't changed since 1990. So when this shared drive aisle was originally platted, that's the type of use that was permitted at that time. When the folks moved in next door, they moved in knowing that there was a shared drive aisle and the property at that time was zoned for a higher traffic generator, and that remains true today. And again, I think that is an important point as it relates to what the expectations of the parties are. You know, and you all see it in zoning cases all the time. What happens today might not necessarily dictate what will happen tomorrow. Ultimately, what you have to rely on is what the zoning can be, what can be put on the property based upon the zoning. And again, the zoning as it relates to trip generation, it is not becoming any more significant. There is no greater impact associated with the trips. Related to that point, I have seen my client go through any number of iterations of suggestions in an effort to address safety concerns. They're very passionate about their membership. They're very passionate about making sure that folks can get in and out of the facility in a safe fashion. They have a number of members who are single mothers or have, you know, who are mothers or fathers who show up with their children who use the daycare facility that's on site for members. Of course, they don't want to create a dangerous situation for their members. They've provided a number of offers to the adjacent property owner to address traffic concerns, whether it be speed bumps located in the shared drive aisle, which the adjacent property owner didn't want to do, speed bumps located within their own parking lot, which we have offered as a condition. We've offered speed tables. We've offered to work with them on traffic calming measures. Nothing we have been able to do has piqued their interest as it relates to addressing whatever their traffic concerns may be. And I make that point again because while we don't believe there is a traffic concern, the people who are using the facility don't believe that there is a dangerous situation. And the trip generation numbers reveal that there isn't a dangerous situation. My clients are perfectly willing to be reasonable and to put in reasonable measures to address what those concerns are. But simply put, they don't have the flexibility to put in another drive aisle. There's some topography on the other side of the building, and more importantly, that shared drive facility has been there since 1990, and that was everybody's expectation going in. Finally, and you've heard this from multiple people, you've seen it in emails, this is not a gym use. It's not a retail use. This is a wellness center as defined by the land development ordinance. My clients participated, worked with the town in kind of creating what the wellness center definition was, and the purpose of that was to embody this type of use. This is a one-on-one type use. You've seen in all the letters. There's personal training, there's personal support, there's a nutritionist, all of those things. So this is far from a retail use. If anything, it fits perfectly within the office and industrial area that it's located, and we certainly would respectfully request you all forward this on with a recommendation of approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bill Basinius. I'm president of Educated Design Development. I'm the managing partner for BDR Realty, and I'm the founder of this company. I started in a bedroom of my house in North Raleigh, which I properly zoned with the town of Raleigh for a home office business. Every stop in our facility, including when we moved to Cary in 1997, we properly zoned our facility before moving in, like everybody here beforehand today. In 2011, this facility tried to get rezoned for a Lap It Up facility and dropped their rezoning before the town council meeting, so they clearly know the zoning rules. In 2012, Excel Fitness moved into the facility, hiding construction vehicles behind trees. When they were caught, they approached you about a wellness definition. Is this how we want to reward people? If they get turned down, move in anyhow and see if you can get away with it, and if you get caught, ask for rezoning then. So I really questioned their math on their data. I'm a certified product safety engineer. I'm an international expert witness in safety and testing. Their data is bad on their drives. They have 12 classes a day, 40 members per class, and full classes. That's 480 trips a day, plus employees. Plus they share that facility with another business. And that business has had three different businesses in that facility. So, you know, the issue isn't wellness. Wellness is not the issue. The issue is not suitable for the facility which they happen to want to be in. They didn't follow the zoning. They wouldn't be in the facility if they would have done it right like the rest of us. Okay, I invested over $2 million in that neighboring business, assuming we would not have this kind of traffic on that road. He says it was anticipated up to 130 trips a day. We're talking 600 to 700 trips a day. They have over 300 members and they're growing. They haven't been in business very long. They got 300 members. How long do you think that's going to happen? The neighbor on the other side says it's great because they don't share his driveway. How about if they park in your parking lot? Okay, I mean, all we said was create a driveway so you can get your people that are way too high traffic off that incoming driveway. It's not safe. I'm certified to tell you it's not safe. Read the protest petition. Okay. I started in bedroom my house. I have a lot more invested in this than they do, and I did it right. Reward the people, Cary, that do it right. By your rules. We got rezoned. We bought the property. We made sure we did it right. They got denied, so another business moves in without permission. You know, I asked for your denial tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else that would like to address us? Anyone at all? Seeing no one approaching the podium, I'm going to close the public hearing and open this case for discussion. Questions?
I have several questions. Ms. Grennan, was this operated as a school at some point?
Yes, at one time this was Hopewell Academy.
And Mr. Jensen, is it typical that a school generates more traffic or less traffic than this use?
Well, it depends on the size, but in the report that you see in front of you, staff had prepared for that particular private school, particularly during the AM peak hours, the trip generation was higher than what we had counted during the 2 mornings that we were out there. Generation during the afternoon obviously would be different because they get out earlier than a traditional 5 p.m. peak hour. So. But I would say in a whole, it'd be consistent with, the use there was consistent with what was always going to be planned to be there, or office institutional type uses.
Okay, we heard one person talk about this potentially creating a burden on the shared driveway. What's your best guess for what that burden would look like? And I'll just kind of Yeah, I just would like to kind of understand what is burdensome about the numbers that we're seeing here.
Well, I think, I guess for the record, I would say that the data collected is valid.
Okay,
It is
thank
real. It was done by an independent firm. Town of Cary did not do that. We paid for the study.
The town paid
Again,
for the study?
Absolutely. But you got to understand, this was a 3-hour count in the morning and 3-hour count in the afternoon. It was not a 24-hour count done throughout the day. So that during those missing hours, there will be more traffic in there. Obviously, if they have classes throughout the day, that driveway will have continuous flow of traffic coming to and from Excel Body Fitness, as well as the adjacent business. So again, the data is correct, but again, it was not a 24-hour count. It was only for 6 hours during that particular day. Just, again, it was very expensive collecting this data, so we only did what we thought was of the concern about employees coming in and out during the morning rush hours.
Okay, and I have a question about plot lines. If these two parties wanted to come to an agreement such that the owner adjacent to the subject parcel, is there a way for them to purchase that entire drive aisle if they want, because they don't want to share it? Is that an option for just in terms
Right
of
now,
logistics?
there's no access to the rear parking lot except through the shared drive aisle.
Right, but if this little visitor parking spot that's out in the
here in the front?
northern side there, if you took those trees out and put a new drive aisle in like they're suggesting.
That's a question for the applicant as to whether or not that's something they would entertain. As they said earlier, they had some topography issues.
Well, but
with
what
the
I mean
site,
is in terms of how we draw plot lines and assign parcels, and can you just expand
totally a private
that?
matter.
Okay, but it
Yeah,
is
that would-
possible to do that.
I don't know. We haven't studied that. And many things are possible, but it would take a site plan change to make sure that you have access, to this.
Sure. Okay.
But that would be something the owner would have to speak to, whether or not that's even something they wanted to entertain.
Mr. Nath.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, maybe I need some context here. Just want to know who is the owner of both of this, all this area. Is this the applicant, or is it EDDI, or?
There's two separate parcels of land. You can see the aerial. This is not a survey, so the exact property line does not line up with the aerial photography 100%, but the majority of the driveway is on the property where Excel Body Fitness is located. And based on what we've heard from Mr. Barron, the attorney for Excel Body Fitness, there is an agreement, a private agreement that was entered into between the two property owners for access to the adjacent business.
So they are using the shared driveway?
This is the shared driveway.
Within the legal limits and within the contract, right? I mean, they are using the shared driveway.
Right.
According to the contract of the properties, two property owners.
I don't have access to the contract between the two
Right,
properties.
but-
This is just what we've heard. And we can attest to the fact that the majority of the parking for this building is on the rear of the property. And so, yes, and staff has made several site visits out there to the site, and this is the principal parking area. So that is the primary access to both properties, is on that shared driveway.
And what's the role of Highwoods Properties in this
It's the
whole
Property Management Association.
property management?
Well,
Is
they don't-
Property Management Association is eligible to file a protest?
Yes, they actually own the land. It's not just because they're the Property Management Association, but they actually own one of the adjacent parcels. So it's not just because they're the Property Management Association, but Highwoods actually owns the parcel adjacent to the property on the south
That
side.
makes them eligible to file the protest in this particular case? Even
Correct.
though they are not in this
Right, if there was a separate owner here, then other than Highwoods, then they would not be the name on the protest petition.
I heard a lot of issues regarding the shared driveway, and it creates some kind of issues with the, I think, EDDI. When you did this study, traffic study, what kind of level of service you found? Whether it was level, I know level is mostly on the traffic light, but I still want to see whether the traffic created any kind of delay and what kind of delay it caused to the people who were working in EDDI or who were the customers of EDDI.
Unfortunately, we didn't get into that detailed of a traffic study. You know, how hard was it to get in and out of the driveway on Sheldon Drive? So we just didn't get to that level of detail. The volumes that you see seem reasonable and appropriate for a two-lane driveway. But again, that's.
But they did not provide you any kind of
we
data.
didn't provide,
which says
no, we
people
didn't do
had
any type of study that showed the kind of level of service or amount of expected delay on that. We just didn't go to that level.
You didn't get any statistics from them regarding how much delay or traffic jam their customer had to face?
Certainly, I think, you know, they provide some testimony tonight. They might be able to share with you what their experiences are as far as having, you know, getting out of that driveway, the issues involved with that as far as delay. But we didn't get to that level, Mr. Nass.
Since they are not the applicant, I cannot ask the question to them, so that's the reason I'm asking that question. Similar question, did they give any kind of data to you regarding parking issues problem about how many their customer didn't have to wait or could not get any parking space in their area?
I can speak to that from personally going to the site while the traffic study or traffic count was happening, that there was a great deal of vacant parking spaces. There was lots of vacant parking spaces
right. So
during the peak hours. I was out there twice. I wanted to just let you know that the reason for the traffic count was in direct response to a council person's question about the trip generation. So this did not warrant a traffic study, but there was some question about the numbers with the ITE trip generation, which is why engineering responded to going out there to do an evaluation, you know, based on the question about was there accurate data from the national figures.
My last question is the land use plan. As I understand, based upon your staff report, that the town of Cary allowed recently the use of this kind of space for health clubs and so forth. Is that correct?
Wellness center, yeah, that is a new definition of wellness center.
Right.
And
So-
it has been added to the ordinance as a permitted use in office and
If it is
institutional.
permitted, then why is there a request for rezoning?
This is a PDD. This
Oh.
is a planned development district with very specific allowed uses.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Gascon?
Piggybacking on that allowed use, because I know in the staff report, it talks a lot about permitted uses, permitted use. Are there special uses available in the PDD or not? It's either allowed or not allowed. I mean, I know a lot of our other districts have special use criteria.
Yeah, this would be separate. It would take a amendment to the zoning.
Okay,
help
sure,
me-
yeah. It's not like another zoning category that has a permitted use by right versus special use that council can give a special use, because if this is permitted, it's permitted forever. This business can close, another one can come in 5 years later, because it's permitted as the use, right? Not specifically to this building or this
To
business.
this property, to this
property, exactly.
right, to this
Okay.
parcel of land.
Yep. So I have a process question. If, say council does not approve, because ultimately this ends at city council, what is the city's ramification for a non-conforming use? I mean, do we go in and red tag the building and lock the doors?
We would give them a notice of violation and give them a certain amount of time to vacate.
Okay. And if they don't?
There would be penalties. There would be civil penalties.
ranging from, I mean, I've literally seen
I can-
communities
I
that
can get that
say they have civil
information to
penalties,
you,
but when it
but-
comes to non-conforming uses, they're really kind of stuck. There's nothing
Well,
they can do.
there's more to it. They need to get a building permit. They need to come into compliance, and we can't do the building permit process until the zoning's approved, if it's approved.
Okay, thanks.
May I just follow up one quick question after that? Do you know how many number of employees are there in this Excel club? And should it close down, what will be the impact on them in terms of the loss of job and local economy?
I'm sure the applicant could answer that.
Okay.
You want to know how many employees we have?
Yes.
Yeah, 12 employees. Yes.
Full-time and
Full-
any part-time?
They're all part-time
Oh,
because they're all instructors.
Thank you.
How many members?
We have 330 members.
330 members.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
What is your top end in terms of membership?
Whenever we have certain classes that we offer, for example, from 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, we have absolutely no classes. Our classes are 5:30 in the morning, 6:45 in the morning, and if each class is an hour long, 8:15, 9:30, 10:45. We have one class at 12 noon for the lunch hour people, and then we have nothing until 5:45 in the evening. And then we have 5:45, 6:45, and then I think the last class is 7 to 8, and we close at 8. And then we are closed on Sundays, we are closed on Saturdays, half day. We are only open Saturdays from 7 o'clock. We have one class at 7, one at 8:15, two at 9:30, and one at 10:30. And at 11:30, we are done.
But given your business model in terms of the classes that you have, the fact that you will have a reduced, 10,000 square feet, do you have an estimation of what your capacity for membership would be?
The capacity, we are capping the classes, basically. 40 is maximum people that can be in every of our program classes. This is basically a program based. So like 5:30 in the morning, we have maximum 40 people, and like 5:30 in the morning at this point is waitlisted. We won't let any more people in it until there is some more spots open.
Could I just go into another direction? In regard to the separate entrance, and it would have to be through the small, someone referred to it as a visitor parking lot, is that completely off the table?
Basically, first of all, we are leasing this space, and it's not in my power to build a separate driveway for 3 more years of lease, you see. We might grow, and if we grow and our need changes, we might have to move, but that's exactly why building a separate driveway is not feasible for us as Excel Body Fitness.
So it's a landlord decision that was made?
It must be a landlord's decision, and I think the same argument applies to him as well. We are only there for a certain amount of time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Rogers, following up on this ownership question, you are the lessor of a certain portion of this building. I've heard somebody say there's another tenant in the building?
No, there is no other tenant in the building. There is Civenti Chem, yes. There's a chemical research laboratory.
Okay, and they're creating parking needs in traffic? Do they have 10 employees, 20 employees?
They have about 10, 12 employees also.
Okay. The owner of the building is not here tonight? The owner of your building?
Yes, the owner of the building is here.
Okay. So At the point in time that this private lease agreement was entered into, you foresaw that there would be some usage by both parties of this common driveway. We've heard somebody make the innuendo that, and I believe it was the Highwoods property vice president, that there was a burden. I think he used that word. And the EDD person was implying that there was a safety issue. Now, I've sat in the parking lot and driven into both driveways at 2 different times during the course of the day, and I wasn't there for more than a day, but I'll confirm Mrs. Gannon's comment that there were plenty of open spaces in the parking lot. What do you perceive as the burden to you personally as the property owner, you don't own both buildings, I take it, right?
No.
No, you're just the owner of the EDI.
Please speak into the microphone.
What do you perceive as the burden to your particular situation?
Well, so I'm one of the part owners of the property. I don't work at that property. I'm associated with totally different business. By the way, my name is Vipin Garg. In terms of parking, I think a couple of points. First of all, already the building is permitted. One can have a daycare center there without us ever having to come here. And you can read in the report, that'll generate more traffic.
Much more traffic.
Number 2, keep in mind that only 50 parking spaces there. So you cannot put more people in there. So this idea that this business will grow and get out of control, it is illogical to think of that. But you can't, because that is the deal. That's the agreement. That's the property we gave them with 50 parking spaces. This is with adding 5 parking spaces. That's how much we'll have. So there's no way they can have 200 people coming in there at any given time. I've been there many, many times, hundreds of times, just to see this, because I'm equally concerned about that. There is never a backlog. I think somebody asked a question about is there a difficulty turning out of that. In fact, I wonder, well, where are these people? Because they just come in and then they're there for an hour and then they slowly leave and then other people come. So I have not seen any of the issues. Civenticamp people, which is the research lab there, I mean, they of course come in the morning and leave in the evening. They have about 10 or 12 people. They also park in that same space. So them plus XL Body, there has not been a parking issue. Unfortunately, the whole dialogue has shifted along the way. When we first asked for this, parking was the main thing. Somehow we worked that out with the town, so that now is not an issue that's going to stop this business from staying there. Something else became that issue. We proposed to put speed breakers or speed bumps. That was originally suggested we should put that, but that was taken off the table. So it seems, I mean, there's just no way we can put a driving, it'll be several $100,000 to put a separate driveway. We can't do that. We're not in a position to do it.
And you don't see a need to do that.
It doesn't make sense to do that.
Now, who owns the building at EDD?
Oh,
He owns it?
They own it, yeah.
Okay.
So gentleman who spoke earlier, they own the building. So it's really, if this particular use was listed, we would not be here. So it's a technicality that this use is not listed, and we need to go through this process to get it on record. That's really the only reason we're here. But we can open a daycare tomorrow, and we had a school there, and EDD, was there at that time, and everything worked out okay. We never heard a complaint about it.
Did you ever get the feeling that anything illegal or nefarious was being done by this tenant in terms of
No, and I think there was also, I saw on the list, that there have been previous violations. I just want to clarify that. As any landlord, we were exploring tenants once the school left. So one of the real estate agent brought a potential tenant that has a potential use for the facility. We told them this use is not permitted, so you have to go to the town of Cary. And that's what they did. They filled the paperwork and then eventually decided that that wasn't going to be the appropriate use. So if mere exploration of a new use is violation of zoning, then clearly we violated zoning, but nobody ever moved in. No lease was ever signed. So I think, unfortunately, There seem to be exaggeration of many different facts, and it's very hard to sort of satisfy that. Thank you.
Can I ask a question at this point?
Or respond to some of that? Because that seems a little disingenuous to have the ally of the applicant provide basically extra testimony.
Mr. Rogers, you were the one that asked the questions. Are you?
You're more than welcome to add to the conversation.
If I may, you just heard from the landlord of the applicant. The landlord of the applicant was well aware that this was not a permitted use, and yet signed a lease that basically helped create this problem. I perfectly well believe the applicant that they had no idea that their use was not permitted. The landlord has already gone through this process once before, so at the very least should have known, and probably did know, that this was impermissible and yet signed a lease. And now what's happening is the applicant is asking forgiveness, and a single property owner effectively is going to be burdened by it. You've heard from the association that they are not in support of this, and you've heard from the affected property owner next door that they are not that they are averse to this. In terms of the number of traffic, a daycare center or a school would be less. I mean, you have one drop-off and you have one pickup. Here you have 9 or 10 or 12 classes of 40 plus staff. I mean, it's as if you have 12 drop-offs and pickups throughout the day. So I just wanted to clarify those things because it seems as though some of the subsequent testimony was inaccurate. Thank you.
Well,
Wait, before you leave.
Oh.
Yeah.
if you don't mind,
Sure.
and let me just finish up on my trend here. What do you perceive as the burden, and where do the safety risks that this certified safety engineer is alluding to?
Sure.
I didn't see them when I was there.
Right.
You've heard several other people comment on the traffic survey that was done.
Right.
What factual information do you have to either prove that there's a burden
Right.
or that there is a safety risk?
There have been instances where when their parking lot was full, their patrons have parked on our lot. That's number one. That's not permitted, and yet it was done. We basically are serving as an overflow.
Now, was this an anomaly or was this a regular occurrence?
It was not a common occurrence, but it has happened. And to the point that somebody asked a question, I don't remember who it was, the sort of the expected cap on membership, there's no way of knowing, and certainly the landlord who testified is not going to know the answer to that. They currently anticipate X number of classes, and by their own testimony, I didn't count, but she listed about 9 or 10 classes a day with 40 people per class. That alone is more than the 300 members that they currently have. So clearly their intention and their business plan is to grow beyond their current roster of members. So a question was asked about the private easement. There is a private easement between these two lots. Basically, that driveway straddles the property
Excuse me, you can address a question from the board, but now you're kind of going beyond that question to a question that wasn't answered. And that's more of a testimony, and
Sure.
At this point in time, we can't do that.
I'm trying to, the question on the burden, part of the burden is the cost of the driveway. The driveway is a shared cost between the two lots. Basically, the property line runs down the driveway. I don't know if it's not the middle of the driveway, but picture it more or less in the middle of the driveway. Each of the two lots shares the cost. If you have 500 trips to this gym a day versus 40 trips to a neighboring business is intended, obviously one party is being disadvantaged. There's a cost associated with maintenance, there's a cost associated with insurance, there's a cost, all of the costs associated with using a road 400 times a day versus 40 times a day. So that's an additional.
But you recognize that if this was a daycare, there would be more traffic than there is from the current lessee. And that other co-owner of that driveway has to live with that.
Right. I guess I'm not sure if there would be more trips a day if this was, given their business model of running 40-person classes 10 times a day, whether a daycare center of this number of square footage with a single drop-off in the morning and a single drop-off in the afternoon would be more traffic trips. I think it actually would be considerably less parking trips per day.
Mr. Rogers?
these guys build it out.
Maybe this is a good point to ask the staff, because they have data points that they use based upon national survey data. Can you give us a data perspective on if this were a school or a daycare or a wellness center, what would the relative comparative traffic counts be?
We didn't run trip generation based on a daily flow for the driveway. We could find that number. We just don't have that available for you tonight.
Well, don't we have, you know...
What we gave you were peak hour, and which is typical of what our APF ordinance looks at. We just don't normally give you daily flow, but we could certainly provide that to you. But
Well, if I may, I mean, our traffic paragraph on page 3 talks about a 13,000 square foot daycare would generate 160 a.m. and 162 p.m. peak hour trips. Now, that isn't the total, if I understand what you mean by peak hour, and I'm not a traffic engineer, so once again, you're going to have to educate me. This is a 1 hour.
this is a yeah. The
right?
peak 1 hour in the morning,
That's
the peak
right.
1 hour in the afternoon. It
That's
doesn't
not
take
the
into
total
account
number
for
of
the other
trips.
22 hours of the day.
Which he is trying to make an analogy to is that if you add up all of the classes, you're going to have a significant number of
Well, I
in and
certainly think
outs.
that, you know, there are some uses, I think he is correct. I think there are some uses, particularly like an office or a daycare where predominantly majority of the trips are coming in during that 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the evening, and there may be some during the afternoon. Whereas a use that has constant flow throughout the day may be comparable. So it's very difficult to say, but I would probably hypothesize that they're probably fairly close to one another. What a probably daycare or an office or some other school might be compared to what their use is going to be planned there. So I just don't have that data available. I'm sorry. And again, we didn't do counts for the whole day, so I couldn't tell you their current business practice and the business practice next door exactly what's the total count for the day. In all fairness, I think that would probably be needed to be done. We just didn't go to that extreme.
Thank you.
This question is really on whoever can answer it. How many employees does ED&D have? 26? Okay. And do they typically, do most of them enter in the morning and leave in the evening, or is it?
Excuse me, if somebody's going to be speaking, they need to be at the microphone
Okay.
so that, yeah. And we actually do have the information in the
okay.
staff report for the adjacent use as well. I just wanted to point out that the public hearing portion has
Yes, I
closed.
believe
And
we
what
can't do that.
Yeah.
we are at
I
the
think we
point
ought to-
where we need to be approaching discussions about the current use and zoning.
And just to direct the board's attention, although I know you know this, that the rezoning tonight, while the applicant is Excel Body Fitness or whoever the technical applicant is, the rezoning, as some folks have stated, could apply to anyone in the future. So the focus shouldn't necessarily be on Excel Body Fitness and the specifics of its business model and those sorts of things, because we've got to recognize that anyone who can meet the zoning conditions that are proposed tonight could, qualify to be in this space. So to just think a little bit more broadly, and while I understand your questions, to remember that what you're doing is actually a rezoning that would apply to any person who wanted to come into this facility, not just the current folks who are in there.
Okay.
Have we received any complaints from the tenant who shares the building with Excel Body Fitness? Because they are actually the closest tenant that I would expect to hear if there are parking issues or
No.
traffic concerns. They're actually in the building with them.
Correct.
And we've heard nothing from them by way of complaint.
Nothing, correct.
Okay.
Mr. Miller. Hang on a second, Mr. Miller.
There was some question about the definition of wellness center. I think you had a slide on that. And do we believe this use that's here that is proposed is consistent with this definition of a wellness center?
Based on what the applicant has described, based on, staff observations of the nature of the programs, yes. Now, there was some question about the use-specific standards for wellness center in an office zoning district. In a PDD, the use-specific standards do not apply, and yet the applicant, has the opportunity to offer zoning conditions that are more closely related to what you might see in O&I, which is why they changed the zoning condition instead of 13,000 square feet to 10,000 square feet. But
And it was mentioned that they had at least offered a class size condition. I think staff said that would be a difficult thing
it's
to deal
problematic
with
for staff to
for a
enforce
zoning
that. That's certainly something that they could talk with their landlord about. They could work on private negotiations with Highwoods Properties to make sure that that's documented as to what their limitations are with the use. But for staff to try to enforce that would be setting up an unfair expectation.
And the last one at the moment, someone talked about outdoor classes. Do we have anything to say about?
That was one of the concerns expressed by the protest petition filer. We have heard from some people who wrote letters in about outdoor activity. Outdoor recreation is something that is actually, I believe, I think it's actually listed as one of the permitted uses. I need to double check that. Yeah,
That's really what I was wondering, is if that is something we would say anything about one way or the other, or be silent on.
I was just looking down the list of permitted uses within the PEC, and clubs and lodges, an outdoor amphitheater if it's a government amphitheater. I don't see outdoor recreation. So
it wouldn't necessarily be permitted. I guess I'm trying, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I have for now.
I have a question that I think kind of comes out of an observation. There are other uses that could be legal within this facility that would generate more traffic than this use. I believe that's what we've heard.
That's correct, according to the trip generation figures.
So what we really have here is a problem of a label. If this thing wasn't labeled a wellness center, if this thing was labeled one of those other uses that would generate more trips, then we wouldn't be here. The problem is the fact that this thing is classified as a wellness center generating that number of trips rather than a school generating that number of trips or a daycare generating that number of trips. Am I correct?
Yes, but it is what it is.
Well, but
so you have to label it what it is.
My whole point is that the protest petitioners wouldn't have anything to protest if this were a school generating this many trips or more.
Correct.
They wouldn't have anything to
There
protest
wouldn't be
if this
there wouldn't be a
was-
zoning case in front of you if it were a school going in.
Right, so, in fact, it is this label wellness center that creates the zoning case problem in the first place. I'm trying to get to the substance of the complaint here. Okay.
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
I would like to make a motion that we forward 12 REZ 15 Weston PDD amendment to council with a recommendation for approval. And I find it is consistent with our comprehensive plan and all other applicable plans, and is reasonable and in the public interest for the reasons set forth in the staff report and presentation.
I'll second.
And I will speak to the motion after, if it has a second.
Do we have a second from Mr. Rogers? Did I get that right, Mr. Rogers? Did you second? Yes. Okay.
At least a couple seconds.
Like many of my fellow board member staff, et cetera, I went out to Excel Body Fitness very early in the morning I could lay down in the driveway for 10 or 15 minutes and not get run over by a car. It is beyond me that we're discussing traffic on that shared driveway. There was nothing going on. I thought they were abandoned warehouses. I'm not kidding. I'm like, where is this place that is causing so much consternation? So I find that this is consistent with our comprehensive plan. It is not creating any kind of traffic issue that can be easily identified by multiple trips out to the site. And I believe the use is appropriate.
And if I can comment very similarly, I have been there, and while I didn't try lying down in the road.
Well, I didn't actually do it. I'm just saying I could have. And at that hour of the morning, I really wanted to.
Yeah. I was there at really what I consider to be probably rush hour, and at first I thought I must have pulled in the wrong driveway because there wasn't any traffic. So I've been there several times during different parts of the day and not seen any traffic at all, or at times one car or a few cars going in. And from the numbers I see that were done on the survey, a very small number of cars per hour at peak times go through there. So I don't see the problem either. I think that having a wellness center in a location near employment is enough of an advantage to nearby employers, particularly those who would have employees within walking distance, where it's to a certain advantage to them, even if it's in other ways might be a slight disadvantage. But I don't see any problem with the traffic or parking either.
Other comments?
I will just make a comment. I think the basic issue is the shared driveway and the not shared, but parking spaces. And based upon what you have said and what we have heard from people who have visited, I don't see that there are any issue in any way in which it might have impacted the business of the EDDI because of the shared driveway or shared parking space. So because of that, I would support this rezoning proposal.
Other comments?
Well, I'd like to just make the comment of why I'm seconding this motion. I don't feel like the tenant did anything wrong. Now, I don't know about parking trucks behind trees, but, I have never seen a more universal response from some customers of a business as we have received in terms of emails regarding this particular service. And I commend the people that started this, and I certainly think that they're probably well aware of the fact that it wouldn't be the same if it grew too big. So I'm not particularly worried about this becoming a Gold's Gym. Matter of fact, I'm not even sure they'd want to franchise this, because I think that it'd be very hard to franchise the type of personal involvement that I'm hearing about through the speakers tonight and the emails that we received. And I just, again, the traffic issue, I can understand that the gentleman with EDD did it the right way. I commend him for doing it the right way. And I can understand that he's a little frustrated that somebody came in here, but they came in here in a rather happenstance or accidental manner. Maybe the owner of the building knew a little bit more than what the lessee did. It's not really our job to try to assign some guilt here, but I just think this is the type of business that Cary wants to see be successful here, and it would be a real shame for us to kind of become a lawyer-like organization and start looking at the fine print, which I think may be the brain gap here. the property manager, Highwoods, is kind of doing. I mean, to request a separate driveway, to put a maximum class limit in here, this is micromanaging a problem that I don't think is really all that big a deal.
Mr. Miller?
Just briefly, I also appreciate the information that we heard tonight and from the approximately 50 emails we got about the business. But as we have been reminded, it is not about this business. It is about this use in this place. So I don't think we should focus too much on the business, although I certainly do think they've done a great job. What we heard, the objections from the neighbors were parking, excessive traffic, and impact on the shared driveway. I also went out there, stayed for about 90 minutes. My observations were consistent with what I heard here, what I see in the staff report, a handful of cars. I saw only 2 vehicles speeding. They were both delivery trucks to the property next door. There was plenty of parking, and agree that, this is, it's a shared driveway. Let's share it.
Okay, sir.
Well, I'm going to stand by my previous comments. I don't think this is about substance, this is about a label. If we had another use in there that was creating more traffic, there would be no case. The only reason we have a case before us is because we have this term wellness center that is driving this traffic. And I'm not sure that gets to the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish here. So if we don't have any other comments, can we call a vote? Okay, all those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion, I believe, carries 8-0. And I think our next case is 12 REZ 19 West Park PDD. Mr. Nicholas, hopefully this one will be a little quicker.
This is a public hearing for rezoning case 12, REZ 19. It's a proposed amendment to the existing West Park Plan Development District. Property is located in the southeast corner of the intersection of NC 55 Highway and High House Road. Site contains
Hang on
existing...
just a second, let's...
Give folks a minute to leave.
Like you, I'd like to get out of here too, but I think we need to be able to hear what you're saying.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Property is located in the southeast corner of the intersection of NC 55 Highway and High House Road. Contains the existing West Park Place Shopping Center. Site is currently zoned Plan Development District Major. Is located within the West Park PDD. The proposed rezoning will not change the zoning designation or the boundaries of the existing district. Request only seeks to amend the minimum and maximum thresholds associated with the certain land uses that are already permitted in a small portion of the overall PDD. Since the subject property is also located within the mixed-use overlay district, the LDO requires that the rezoning of the property follow the same process as a mixed-use rezoning. So the first public hearing is before the Planning and Zoning Board. It will then move on for a second public hearing before Town Council before action is taken. This rezoning would not affect the entire PDD and deals specifically with Tract I as shown on the PDD land use plan, which is outlined here in red. The existing zoning specifies a maximum floor area of 120,000 square feet of commercial use in this tract, with a minimum of 12,000 square feet for office use. Currently, there's no maximum amount of office use specified. Proposed amendment would establish a maximum floor area for office of 40,000 square feet and reduce the minimum amount of office use to 3,900 square feet. The amendment would also change the maximum amount of shopping center floor area from 108,000 square feet to 116,100 square feet. Even with the proposed changes, the maximum amount of overall development within Tract I would still be limited to a total of 120,000 square feet, which is the amount currently permitted in the PDD. This is an aerial view showing the existing development on the subject property. Cary's land use plan designates the subject property as commercial. Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Master Plan shows an existing street side trail along the property's frontage on NC 55 Highway. Property has frontage on NC 55 and High House Road. They're both designated as major thoroughfares in the town's comprehensive transportation plan. Subject location is on an existing transit route and served by Cary's C-Tran. Notice of the public hearing was sent to property owners within 400 feet of the subject property. Notice of the hearing was also posted on the property and published in the Cary News. This concludes staff's presentation. I believe the applicant is here to speak.
Good evening. I'm Pat Crosby. I'm here to represent Crown Cary Development Group and Crown West Park LLC, which is the owner of 2 of the parcels within West Park Place. Basically, the history of why we're coming before you is, I think, well, the original PDD was put in place in 1987, and that's when the language that said there's a minimum of 12,000 square feet of office space that could be put here. It was ambiguous because it never said what a maximum amount was. There was an ICE facility that proposed to go here back before we owned the what is now the Walmart Neighborhood Market. I think that was 3 or 4 years ago. The residential neighborhood behind the property was in opposition of that. They studied all of the planned development documents associated with that. They found this ambiguity with respect to no maximum for office space. That was kind of the loophole that the ICE facility was going to go through in order to go here. That fell through. We struck a deal with Walmart Neighborhood Market and put them there. We bought the facility where they are now. And as part of the approval process of that, this was brought to our attention. We said we'll work with the neighbors, and that's really the origin of where this came from. We're just trying to kind of clear up an ambiguity, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to open the public hearing. Anyone that wishes to address this issue, please come to the podium. Anyone at all? Saying no one approach the podium, I'm going to close the public hearing and open it to board questions.
Mr. Chairman, I just have one simple question. The proposed maximum square footage of the area is 120,000. So if we allow the maximum of 40,000 square feet for office space, so the allocation will be 80,000 square feet for the commercial and 40,000 for the office space. That's how it could be developed that way.
Correct.
Okay. So that's, in the existing situation, there is no maximum on the office area, it's just minimum, but there is no mention of maximum office
Correct,
space.
no maximum is
So
mentioned.
right now we are increasing, well, not increasing, but anyway, there's a separate limit that we're establishing.
Correct.
Minimum is 3,900, maximum can be up to 40,000 square feet.
Correct.
of
But the
office
overall
space.
development can still only be 120,000 square
Oh,
feet total.
yeah, I understand that. Maybe, is there any impact of that kind of allocation of the square footage for office space versus commercial space in the terms of the neighborhood, or anybody has any issue with that kind of allocation?
We've received no issues or comments from neighboring property owners, or we've received no comments.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Other questions? Just to clarify for me, they just want to reduce the minimum office percentage, right?
Reduce the minimum, but also set a maximum, which currently there isn't one specified, so.
I'll make a motion if there are no more
Please.
questions. I move that we forward case 12 REZ 19 West Park PDD amendment to Town Council, excuse me, with a recommendation for approval as it is consistent with the comprehensive plan and all other applicable plans and is reasonable and in the public interest for the reasons set forth in the staff report and presentation.
Okay, we have a motion from Mr. Miller, second from Mr. Nath. Do we have any discussion? Saying no discussion, I'm going to call a vote. All those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion carries 8-0. We are going to move on to our next case, PRCR Master Plan Update, Mr. McRaney.
Good evening.
Still.
This is a public hearing for the 2012 Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Master Plan. We have been working on this effort since May of 2011. We are now in the final phase of that, our review phase. Accomplishments of our plan since 2003 have been considerable. We've now land banked up to 10 future park sites. We're up to 60 miles of greenway, of which we built 50 in the past 10 or 11 years. Of course, we finished the Cultural Arts, Cary Arts Center, downtown Cary. Put considerable investment in our sports venues, USA Baseball, Wake Med Soccer Park, and we've expanded our park system with unique special use facilities, including the 18-hole disc golf course, Middle Creek, our boathouse at Bond Park, and our dog park at Gobble Park. Our public process now, actually I think we're in near the 17th to 18-month process, not 14-month. It's included a couple council work sessions, advisory board meetings, 5,000 mail-in survey, numerous focus group meetings. In all, we've received input from over 2,000 people. We've also had 3 public meetings. Themes of our plan. I think the public basically have urged us to continue to preserve our natural areas and open space. Another important aspect of the plan was for us to continue to renovate our existing facilities and maintain a high level of service. Greenways are extremely popular. The public wants more and more trail connectivity. Anything we design and build, they want sustainable. They want more cultural arts festivals, particularly in the downtown. And management and preservation of our historic resources. The plan is online. It's been online for several months. It is divided up into 5 major areas: parks and open space, greenway trails, community centers and specialty facilities, programs and best management practices. Our initial public hearing was August 23rd, Council. We received a number of comments, including recommended for expansion of Stevens Nature Center, particularly multi-purpose rooms, given the number of classes that they have at the center. Recommendation for additional tennis courts at Cary Tennis Park. I think they were specific about requesting clay courts. Support for our historic preservation plan, support for the Greenway plan, also recommendation for a bicycle and pedestrian committee. On October 1st, we had a work session with the Planning and Zoning Board. There were comments regarding open space protection, recommendations for additional passive recreation, requests for soft surface natural trails. I think the emphasis was not having any bikes, having trails dedicated for foot traffic, and then improvements for our Iron Line registration. That is it for our presentation, and we're recommending forwarding the PRCR master plan to Town Council, the recommendation for approval. That's it from the presentation.
Thank you. At this point, I'm going to open the public hearing. Anyone that would like to speak to us on this case, please approach the podium. Saying no one approaching the podium, I'm going to close the public hearing and open it to board questions. I will point out for anyone that happens to be watching that this isn't the first time we've looked at this. We had, as a board, some considerable deliberation on this, and so I think we've all been put on board. Any questions? Well, I would just like to mention you a compliment that somebody paid me. He said, I told him I lived in Cary. He said, yeah, Cary, a park for every person. I considered that a wonderful compliment. And I congratulate you on this plan, by the way.
Well, thank you.
If we have no questions, no discussion, how about a motion?
I'll make a motion that we, no, go ahead. We don't need one of these. This is just a simple motion to approve or recommend approval, I believe. So I'll make a motion that we forward the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Master Plan update to Town Council with a recommendation for approval.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Nath. Mr. Millen makes the motion, Mr. Nath seconds. Discussion? All those in
I
favor?
just want to say that it's very well-developed plan. It's very comprehensive, and I was impressed. I was not there at October 1, but I read this plan, and it's very well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope we do it all. If there is no more discussion, all those in favor of the motion as stated, please state aye. Aye. Opposed, that motion carries 8-0. And we're going to move on to our cases without a public hearing. The first one is 12 RAZ 07 Bailey Park. Ms. Grannon, you're
Thank
back
you.
with us.
This is the request that was made by Jerry Turner and Associates on behalf of several property owners to rezone land located in the 1100 block of Evans Road on approximately 10.4 acres. Subject property shown here, south of West Dynasty Drive, north of Evans Estates, and south of the Chesapeake Landing condominiums. This is an aerial photograph that shows an illustration of the current conditions of the property. Right-of-way has been dedicated for Bailey Park Lane, but the road has not been constructed yet, which is why you see this area in the center here. Cary's land use plan designates the subject property as medium-density residential. The existing zoning is residential 20 and residential 40. And the applicant has proposed a zoning of residential 8 conditional use. Conditions proposed by the applicant are that the use be limited to single-family detached residential, and that use is allowed under the parks and open space category, with the exception that public athletic fields shall be prohibited. Property owners within 400 feet of the subject property were notified by mail of the proposed zoning. The property was posted and advertised. And staff received one protest petition by an owner of one of the condominium units in the Chesapeake Landing condominiums. It was not a valid protest, and it also did not list any reasons for the opposition, and we have not heard back from that particular citizen. The site is impacted according to our GIS maps by streams, and field determination would be required at the time of site plan review. The site is not impacted by any greenway trails. Recreation payment in lieu of a land dedication would be required at the time of site plan review. And the property fronts Evans Road, which is categorized as a thoroughfare. Therefore, a 50-foot streetscape would be required at the time of a development plan. At this time, the applicant will be happy to make a brief presentation, and then we'll both be available if you have any comments.
Thank you. My name is Willie Hood with Jerry Turner and Associates. At our meetings with the neighbors, which was well attended, they had several questions, but most of the questions had to do with would it be attached or detached housing. And we are doing single family detached as a condition. We feel this meets the comprehensive plan, and we would ask your approval. Thanks.
Do we have any questions?
I have one quick question,
Yeah.
and that is there is a proposed CPA amendment, 12 CPA 02, associated with this case. Can you tell us what?
That was approved.
That has been approved?
Correct.
So when you say current land designation,
Medium.
designation is medium density, so that has been approved. Okay, thank you.
Correct. Mhm.
Mr. Miller.
If I understand correctly, and I think it's confirmed when you talk about the traffic, that there is no cap other than the zoning on density, no proposed condition for maximum number of units, and this could support 56 units as proposed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Other questions? In that case, does someone want to make a motion?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, John.
I move that the board forward case number 12 RAZ 19 to Town Council with recommendation for approval as it is consistent with the comprehensive plan and all other applicable plans and is reasonable and in the public interest for the reasons set forth in the staff report and presentation.
You have a second?
Well, I thought we were on REZ 07.
Oh, 07.
REZ 07.
Oh, wait.
Yes, I got the wrong
Down
number.
here.
So
Do we need to restate it, or can we just stand corrected?
Just, yeah.
I'll restate it.
Thank you.
Okay. I move that the board forward case number 12 REZ 07 to Town Council with a recommendation for approval as it is consistent with the comprehensive plan and all other applicable plans and is reasonable in the public interest for the reasons set forth in the staff report and presentation.
Do we have a second? Second. A motion and a second. Discussion?
Yeah, I'll have to say, I support this plan. I supported the land use comprehensive plan amendment that we did. I remember saying when that happened, I hope when the rezoning comes back, it isn't looking for the top end of the density. It kind of seems like it is. 56 seems way too dense for me. That's probably not possible when you do single-family detached. Nevertheless, I'd like to see it stated, and so the fact that it does permit 5.4 units per acre and 56 total units, I have to oppose it for that reason, even though, in general, I think the plan that they're proposing is probably going to be fine. But it doesn't say that.
Other comments? Hearing no other comments, I'm going to call a vote. All those in favor of the motion as stated, please state aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, that motion passes 7-1. And we're going to move on to case number 12, REZ 13, Collins Grove. Mr. Nicholas.
Thank you. This is a request to rezone approximately 15.5 acres from residential 40, residential multifamily conditional use. As you know, this item was tabled at the September meeting to allow the applicant time to address concerns about preserving the structure currently located on the property. Property is located in the southwest corner of the intersection of Waldo Rood Boulevard and Collins Road, approximately 1,100 feet west of Davis Drive. This slide shows a little bit closer view of the property. Property is currently zoned residential 40. Proposed zoning is residential multifamily conditional use. There are a total of 5 zoning conditions proposed by the applicant. First condition limits the use of the property to 114 townhome units. Second requires that each dwelling unit contain a 2-car garage. The remaining conditions provide for buffering along the western and southern property boundaries that exceeds what would be required by the land development ordinance. And the next few slides help illustrate the proposed conditions regarding the buffers. On the northern portion of the western property line, adjacent to the existing townhomes and Upchurch Farms, the applicant is proposing a 20-foot type A buffer with an adjacent 10-foot type B buffer. On the remaining portion of the western property line, the buffer would then transition to a 50-foot type A buffer with an adjacent 10-foot landscape easement planted to a type B standard. The same buffer would also extend along the southern property line where adjacent to the existing Upchurch Farms development. Applicant is also proposing an additional 100-foot buffer adjacent to the required stream buffer. When looking at these buffers, it's important to note that the LDO only requires a 20-foot wide type B buffer between adjacent townhome uses. With regard to the northern portion of the buffer proposed by the applicant, staff recommends an alternative of a 30-foot wide type A buffer. Staff feels that this alternative would still provide the desired level of screening and also provide a better opportunity for the plants to achieve their effectiveness. These graphics help illustrate the difference in the plantings for what is proposed by the applicant and the alternative that's recommended by the staff for the northern portion of that buffer. Essentially, there would be a little less plant material that would be provided in the alternative, but there would be better spacing to allow the plants better opportunities for growth. The slide shows the area where the alternative recommended by staff would be implemented. At this time, the applicant has not proposed any of the changes to the buffers that are described in the conditions listed in the staff report. Cary's land use plan designates the subject property for medium density residential use, which includes densities ranging from 3 to 8 dwelling units per acre. According to Cary's GIS data, the property is potentially impacted by stream buffers. Field verification of these features would be required at the time of site plan review. Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Master Plan does not indicate existing or proposed facilities on or adjacent to the subject property. Subject property has frontage along Waldo Rue Boulevard, which is designated on the town's comprehensive transportation plan as a minor thoroughfare. There are no existing or planned transit routes in the immediate vicinity of the subject property. This map shows the properties that submitted protest petitions on the proposed rezoning. There are 5 valid properties that submitted petitions. However, the area of these properties located within the 100-foot protest buffer does not amount to 5% or more of the total buffer area. Therefore, there's not an overall valid protest on the proposed rezoning. Some of the concerns expressed at the public hearing and listed on the petition submitted for the case include an increase in traffic from new development, difficult egress from Upchurch Farms neighborhood, lack of sidewalks to provide safe access to schools, effect of the railroad on traffic congestion, impact on existing home values, and impact on schools. There's actually one speaker who did express support for the proposed townhomes and a resultant increase in the housing diversity that the project would create. Just to remind you, when presented at the September meeting, there was a considerable amount of discussion about the possibility of preserving the historic structure on the property. At that time, the board tabled the item to allow the applicant an opportunity to address some of the board's concerns. It's my understanding that the applicant has made progress on addressing these concerns and is available tonight to speak to that. And at that time, that concludes staff's presentation, and the applicant is here if you'd like to speak.
My name is Tom Beebe. I was here last time. I represent Standard Pacific Homes. We have the contract to purchase this property and develop it as townhomes. The last time we were here, there's a lot of discussion about the house. And I believe you requested that we go and explore options concerning that house and possible preservation of the house. First of all, I'd like to express appreciation to Anna Redding and Philip Smith. They have helped us tremendously, been a good resource, and been very helpful in helping us go through this process. Since that date of the last meeting, we had an internal meeting the next day on September 11. September 12, we met with Anna and Philip. September 13, we met with an inspector at the house. September 18, we met with Gary Roth of Capital Area Preservation and some of the town staff at the house for an initial walkthrough. The 20th, we met with staff again at the house. The 28th, we met with staff, or some of the staff met with the owner of the house. I was not able to be there, but also with Gary Roth with an additional inspector. On the 4th, we met with the town staff again to discuss suggestions and progress. The 15th, earlier today, we met with the town staff, and through numerous telephone calls and emails and these meetings, I believe as a result of those, we have determined the house is movable. It might be a very difficult situation. It might be difficult to move it, but it is movable. And we have agreed to donate the house, donate the property across the street north of Waldo Rood Boulevard to Capital Area Preservation for the relocation of the house. We're continuing to work with the staff and Capital Area Preservation to reach an agreement regarding this. We believe we've made a lot of progress since the last P&Z meeting, and we'll continue to work on this. We believe we've clearly understood your request at the last meeting. We've explored options, and we continue to pursue this plan until we get a successful conclusion. And we ask the board to refer this zoning application with your recommendation of approval. In fact, earlier today, the staff and myself received an email from Capital Area Preservation indicating, I believe, if I understood it correctly, their interest in going forward with this. We don't have the contract worked out, the details, but we'll continue to pursue it. And we ask again that you recommend approval of our zoning application. And I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Do we have any questions?
I do. Regarding, and thank you for all the work you did. Obviously, you put a lot of time into that.
We've been busy.
Appreciate that. With the discussion with capital area preservation and the move and the donation of land, again, very nice. Could I inquire as to the cost, financially, who's going to take the burden of moving that house? Would it be capital area preservation, or are you stepping up to the table on that also?
The actual cost of moving
Yes.
the house, I believe, according to the email today, is an agreement between the town and capital area preservation. We're donating the property and donating the house.
Okay.
And then I think capital area preservation ultimately will reimburse that cost. But
That cost being the cost of the city, or that cost for you for your property?
I didn't understand your question.
You had commented that they would reimburse that cost. What was that cost you were referring to?
Well, I thought you were asking about the cost of moving the house. My understanding is that's going to be advanced, and then capital area preservation will reimburse that at the time they sell the house on to an ultimate investor.
Oh, okay, advanced from the town of Cary.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so you are donating the property, again, which I commend. And the reason I ask this is because the last time I felt, as I still do this time, that this is your property, and if the private sector, anybody wanted to step up and buy an old house, they were more than willing to, but if they did not, it's your house, and if you wanted to tear it down, you had the right to. And then you've stepped up to the plate, you've donated property, which I don't think you had to. I want to thank you for doing that. That was a very gracious thing that you did, and hopefully we can move forward with this. Thank you.
I have one, and I know this isn't a public hearing, but I think Mr. Roth is here from Capital Area Preservation. Would it be okay just to get his, we heard about this email today, to hear from him or from staff or someone who knows, who has seen this? Can't do that?
I'm looking at you guys to get some guidance here.
I just had asked staff if the movement of the house or anything with capital area preservation was a rezoning condition. It sounds like it's not. Therefore, that's not really relevant to the decision you're making tonight.
Yeah. And that's really what I was trying to get after is, it sounds like there's sort of informal agreement here. Maybe Mr. Smith has something to add. I'll ask Mr. Smith if he knows anything about the agreement. How about that? He's staff.
I think we have everything basically in agreement. We do need to go through the different contractual arrangements and put it all in paper and so forth, and we haven't had time to do that yet, but that will be our next step.
All right. Thank you. And then I guess for the applicant, it sounds like we have a timing issue. We have a general agreement, as Mr. Smith just said, and as you understand it, at least, I'm not trying to commit you to something that you can't commit to, but you're in agreement with, finalizing what has been discussed here, according to the emails you've had and discussions you've had.
Yes, I've got I was copied on the email as well, and we're in agreement with what was in that email, and I think the town is, and I think Mr. Roth is. So it's just a matter of the lawyers doing their thing. I hope that's the last that has to be done, yeah.
And then I guess Mr. Nichols, what form would you expect such an agreement to take? Would it be a zoning condition by the time it gets to town council?
Wouldn't be a zoning
private
condition
agreement,
as the council referred to. It would just be something worked on outside of the
It's a private agreement.
the process,
Okay.
correct.
Other questions, Ms. Bureau?
No questions. Just a comment.
None? Mr. Nath?
No questions.
Okay.
Just a comment, when we pulled it from the table last time, and we said, okay, we'll bring it back in a month, I thought, nobody can get anything done in a month in government. I mean, and honestly, the amount of hustle, and keeping up with Anna and and discussions with council members and things like that, it's been fascinating to see how quickly things could come to some kind of defined path, whether we're actually resolved and hit all those hurdles yet or not. We haven't, but thank you for your work on that.
We've worked hard, but again,
And thank you, staff.
I
Yeah.
think
Thank you, and thank you, staff.
Anna and Philip have been
Yeah.
a tremendous help to us, and Gary has been very interested in it and engaged, and it's all come together pretty well, yeah.
Okay.
Hearing or seeing no more comments, can we get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Is this a with conditions motion? No, we don't have the 5 conditions in there? Okay. I move that the board forward case number 12 REZ 13 Collins Grove to Town Council with a recommendation for approval as it is consistent with the comprehensive plan and all other applicable plans and is reasonable and in the public interest for the reasons set forth in the staff report and presentation.
We have a second?
Second.
And
Commissioner?
just for clarification, I think there was an alternative on the buffer that
Yes,
staff was
thank you.
proposing. Are you including one way or the other on that?
Oh, to include alternative proposed by
The staff
staff for the buffer.
To be specific, that is a 30-foot type A buffer?
30-foot type A, exactly.
Alternative way, yeah.
Because the proposed applicant was condition 3 and to include 30-foot type A buffer.
I'd just like to get the applicant to clarify that they're offering that condition, or whether or not they're offering that condition.
Yeah, we'd previously discussed that, and we're fine with that. We will offer that as a condition amendment.
Thank you.
Okay. Discussion then on the motion? Any other?
Just a comment. Initially, I was waffling on it because on the north side of the property has R40 and east is R40, and so I didn't feel there was a good transition. But and then I was also concerned about the historical, the house and all that. But seeing the resolution on the property and especially the historical property, I'm comfortable and I do appreciate what you've done. So I support the resolution.
Other comments?
Yeah, I'll echo some of those similar comments. Thank you to the applicant, to staff, Mr. Roth for staying here at all hours. I would prefer to have seen this, some kind of letter of intent. I understand the schedule pressures, and it is indeed amazing what you're able to do. It seems that there is definitely sufficient good faith here, so I will certainly support the motion.
Other comments? In that case, I will call the vote. All those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries 8-0. And we are going to move on to our final case, which is 12 REZ 18 Chapel Hill Road PDD amendment. Mr. Nicholas again.
Okay, thank you. This is a request to amend the existing Chapel Hill Road Plan Development District by amending the list of allowed uses for Phase 2 of the PDD. Property is located in the southeast corner of the intersection of Chapel Hill Road and Trinity Road. Site is currently zoned Plan Development District Minor, is located within the Chapel Hill Road PDD. Proposed rezoning will not change the zoning designation or the boundaries of the existing district. Request only seeks to expand the uses allowed in Phase 2 of the PDD. This slide shows the overall boundary of the district. It's divided into 2 phases. Phase 1 is about 6.1 acres in size and includes an existing hotel, convenience store, and a site for a future restaurant. Phase 2, which is shaded here in yellow, is an area of about 3.6 acres. This is the portion of the PDD that's affected by this request. Under the PDD, the uses currently allowed in Phase 2 include office and retail uses not to exceed a combined total of 50 peak-hour trips. The applicant is only requesting that light manufacturing be added to the list of allowed uses. Under the LDO, typical characteristics of light manufacturing include indoor assembly, fabrication, or processing of goods, no impacts from noise, smoke, fumes, etc. outside of the building. Outdoor storage of materials may not exceed 25% of the floor area of the building, and this use would also exclude recycling and salvage operations. Cary's land use plan shows a mixture of office, commercial, and industrial for the property. Areas to the west and south of the subject site are designated as office and industrial. According to Cary's GS maps, there are no stream buffers or floodplains impacting the site. Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Master Plan shows a multi-use trail along the west side of Trinity Road. Both Chapel Hill Road and the portion of Trinity Road south of Chapel Hill Road are designated as major thoroughfares in the town's comprehensive transportation plan. Nearest transit route is a TTA route along East Chatham Street, about 1,000 feet to the south of the property on the opposite side of the railroad tracks. Staff received one protest petition regarding the proposed rezoning, expressed concern with impacts on nearby retail development. At the town council public hearing, there were no speakers on the proposed rezoning. This shows location of the property associated with the protest petition. There's an existing equipment company located on that parcel. And this concludes staff's presentation.
Just a clarification, was that a valid protest petition? Did it have was it more than 5% of the?
It was.
Okay.
Yes.
I have a quick question. Does this PDD zoning, does it require any kind of buffer on main thoroughfares like Trinity or Chapel Hill Boulevard, or it doesn't require any kind of
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Streetscape buffers?
There will be streetscape buffers required. I believe 50 feet, 30 feet, I'm sorry, 30 feet.
I didn't see any mention of that in the staff report, so I was just wondering. So there is a requirement, right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Just one. Who is the concern of the protest petition was retail impact? What is over there? I'm not familiar with that site. Is there a chance to know whether?
There's really not a lot of retail in the area.
That's what I was
It's
thinking.
predominantly industrial, as you can see on the.
Okay. You at least confirm my feeling is that this.
On the proposed zoning, on the zoning map, you can see the majority of everything to the south and west is industrial. On the opposite side of the street is office and institutional. So
And is Stone School Supply a retail operation or a wholesale operation?
that would be considered retail, and that was allowed under the PDD.
I work right here, and there's a Sheetz gas station right there that would probably be considered retail in the out parcel of the hotel just to the east here.
Okay.
Right. In the PDD itself, there's retail,
Not a
but
Sheetz, but a
outside of
gas
it, there's
station
not a lot.
equivalent, Yeah.
But the protest petition was from the property to the west, is that correct?
Right. Across the
And
street.
that's an industrial. Current industrial zoning, right?
West of Trinity Road, right?
I'm confused.
That's what I didn't understand.
That's from an industrially zoned.
So we have an industrial zoned
property.
area filing a protest petition because of concerns about impact of another industrial facility on retail.
They were concerned with the impacts on retail development. Again, that was all that was listed on the protest petition. Nobody spoke to the protest petition at the public hearing, so we can only go on what was written down on the form. Oops, sorry.
Their main concern is they thought that they might have potential to rezone their property commercial. And so by, allowing an industrial use here, that might hurt their impacts if they ever in the future wanted to zone their property commercial. So that was my understanding.
Other questions? Motion?
I'll make a motion that we forward 12 REZ 18 Chapel Hill Road PDD amendment to Town Council with a recommendation for approval, finding that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan and all other applicable plans and is reasonable and in the public interest for the reasons set forth in the staff report and presentation.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Ms. Muir made the motion. Mr. Nath, second. Discussion?
I live right next to this intersection and drive Trinity quite a bit back down here and go to the gas station right there. And this is a light industrial district. I mean, there's a granite place right there that put in our countertops, and there's, I know pretty much everything in here, and light industrial does not impact this area to me in a negative fashion. It actually fits in probably better than a retail corner right there. So I'll be voting in favor.
Agreed.
Other comments? I'll call the vote. All those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, that motion carries 8-0.
It's mostly an 8-0 night.
Yes, it is. And then we have one other item in our new old business, and that's discussion of moving our work session start times. And well, do we have anybody that wants to talk to that, or should I just talk to it?
We just thought you might want to consider, since you have your regular meetings at 6:30, that you have your work sessions at 6:30, so it was just, but we needed some kind of feedback from you all on what your preference was, if you wanted to keep it at 7 or move it earlier at 6:30. So it's up to you. It's totally up to you.
I'd like to do it at 6:30 so we can get staff home sooner, since they stay in between.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
Out of,
Do we need a
courtesy for
motion
staff.
here, or can we just say 6:30?
Yeah, you can, it sounds like it's consensus, that's fine.
I guess the other thing I'll note is, from time to time, that's sort of the default time, but we schedule other ones. We'll have them before these meetings sometimes at 5:30, so.
We always
as
have
a
the right.
rule, rather than 7 as a rule.
Yeah, we have a right to change it anytime, but we just decided to.
And it's always-
We want to have our work sessions at 6:30?
Yes.
And it's always
I mean, do we want to take up the issue of actually doing it at 5:30 on the days that we do it, or 6?
Let's just
No?
make an exception
Okay.
when we have to make.
And this will begin with this work session this month?
Yes, we can.
Do we have a work session
When
scheduled
is our
this month?
next work
The
session?
end of this month, yes.
End of this month? Yeah.
It's typically 1 or 2 Mondays before the regular meeting,
In that case, what we need is a motion to adjourn.
not the next one.
I'll make a motion
Oh,
to
no.
adjourn.
I'll second.
Good girl. Now, come on, keep up our perfect record of voting unanimously for every motion to adjourn. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I want
That motion carries.
one more motion that we keep our agenda simple,
I would.
short.
This has been a production of Cary TV. Visit the Town of Cary's website at townofcary.org.